Part 34. So, they were the protagonists all along. Author, CCC. Chapter 336. Tianhe Garden. In the room, Bairuoxi closed her eyes tightly, using the energy of the heavenly Dao to continuously transform the mixed spiritual energy into pure spiritual energy and take it into her body. She has now vaguely glimpsed the threshold of the return to void realm. Although she is still a little short, she can already try to impact it. If it were in the past, she would also work hard to practice, but not to the extent of today. In the past, she only thought that as long as her cultivation level improved, she could help Mulang. However, now, she can help, but she herself has encountered a huge trouble. Today, the decisive action of the Green Emperor made a genius like Bairuoxi feel a huge sense of crisis. Facing the power of the Hedao, the refining spirit realm is really not enough, and the woman's offensive is fierce. If this continues, I am afraid that sooner or later, a scene like Wi-Fi money rape will happen. But it was also the stimulation of the Green Emperor today that made Bairuoxi faintly show signs of breaking through herself. And now, she is already impacting the threshold of the return to void realm. Even if she cannot step into the return to void realm today, she can still comprehend a ray of Dao rhyme from it. The spiritual energy in her body is constantly surging, and the energy of the heavenly Dao emits a milky white glow, which also sets off Bairuoxi's skin and makes it particularly crystal white, and also sets off her full and upright chest to the fullest. Just because of the wind blowing in the room, it seems to be gently rippling white ripples. Almost. Bairuoxi gritted her teeth. Her spiritual consciousness is constantly impacting the threshold of the return to void realm, and she is only a little bit away from taking that step. However, this seemingly simple step, her spiritual consciousness is difficult to reach no matter how hard it hits. There seems to be a layer of membrane blocking her spiritual consciousness in front of the threshold of the return to void realm. It seems that she has to give up for the time being. Bairuoxi feels the fatigue of her spiritual consciousness, and can't help but sigh in her heart. At this moment, a fairy figure in a green skirt suddenly flashed in her mind. The Green Emperor smiled back, as if to charm everyone, with the purity of a fairy and the charm of a witch, as if they were a combination of the two. Then, in front of everyone, she lowered her head and kissed Musian's lips. Boom! Almost at that moment, the threshold that was originally difficult to reach suddenly burst into a terrifying black and red light, and the spiritual consciousness broke through the threshold of the return to void realm, and half a foot stepped into it. The next moment, Bairuoxi slowly opened her eyes. Half of the edge of the white palace skirt was stained with a crow-black color, and 3 foxtails seemed to be faintly seen swaying behind her. At this moment, Musian naturally didn't know that the fish pond had caught fire. At this moment, he was still admiring Yayu's famous scene. A dignified person chosen by heaven, with the secret blessing of the 9 provinces' heavenly Dao, was treated like this. Even when he was ridiculed in the past when his realm fell sharply, Yayu had never felt so humiliated. His heart was filled with reluctance and humiliation, staring at Musian. However, this is Lianji sect, and fighting in private is not allowed. If the people in the law enforcement hall know about it, there will be very serious punishment. But even if he invites Musian to fight, he has the right to refuse, just like in the past. But if he does nothing now, if the ancestor is really deceived by Musian's words. Recalling the various words that Musian said after seeing Yekingzin just now and the intimate actions that he directly took, and thinking that this ancestor did not resist at all, Yayu's heart couldn't help but twist, and an unknown anger burned in his heart. You are extremely talented and a person blessed by great luck. If you can hone your character, I think you will have a place in this world in the future, Yekingzin taught Yayu in a somewhat gentle tone. Judging from today's performance, Yekingzin did not see what kind of crazy bad things Musian, who was extremely evil in Yayu's mouth, had done. On the contrary, Musian's maturity in character completely crushed himself, a descendant of the Ye family, and Bai Ruoxi and Ye Lingxian were so devoted to him. All these aspects showed that Musian was far superior to Ye Yu. And Ye Yu probably became jealous because of this. He didn't want to give anything, but wanted to get something. His mind was far from mature enough, which made Ye Yu have such a big prejudice against Musian. Yes, brother Ye Yu is a person blessed by great luck, and he is so talented. As long as he can hone his character, I think he will definitely achieve great success in the future. Musian took over the conversation. His tone was very sincere, as if he was sincerely praising Ye Yu, but his eyes inadvertently glanced at the tall Ye Qingxin. Then he sighed and continued, if possible, I don't want to make such a fuss with brother Ye Yu. There are still many misunderstandings between us. Ruoxi and I really love each other. As for Lingxian and Qian'er, I just treat them as my sisters. Unfortunately, they also have some good feelings for me. There is not much hatred between you and me, Musian said gently. Ye Qingxin heard this, her eyes flickered slightly, and she glanced at Ye Yu inadvertently. Judging from the various performances today, the hatred between Musian and Ye Yu is not particularly great. If they can reconcile because of this, she won't have to do too much. She needs to investigate Musian's secrets about the heavenly court anyway, so contact with him is essential. But Ye Yu is a descendant of the Ye family. The old guys who were in the same period as Ye Qingxin in the past have all died. As the only surviving ancestor of the Ye family, Ye Qingxin naturally has to be taken care of. However, when Musian mentioned Bai Ruoxi, Ye Yu's eyes instantly burst out with strong hatred, and he said angrily, Musian, don't pretend here. The victory or defeat between you and me will be decided at the Ascension Conference. Ancestor, the hatred between Musian and me cannot be resolved no matter what. If you like him so much, you can just let him go, there is no need to do this. With a strong sense of unwillingness, Ye Yu suddenly turned around and left the Sky Court, without even looking at Ye Qingxin again. It's okay that the two sisters of his family are on Musian's side, but even the ancestor has such an attitude, how can people bear it? At this moment, Ye Yu gritted his teeth, as if he was going to bite his teeth to pieces, full of anger. No matter who is against him, everyone is on Musian's side, even his ancestors are the same. If Ye Yu had not experienced falling to the bottom of the valley once before, he would have been so angry that he would have attacked Musian on the spot. Ye Qingxin had her hands behind her back, and her tight dress set off her graceful figure. She looked at Ye Yu turning around and flying away on his sword, and said calmly, no matter what, this transaction must go on. It concerns the entire Ye family, not only you, but also your sister Ye Qian, and the entire Ye family. Ye Qingxin's eyes have gradually become colder. Compared with the gentleness of the elders to the younger generation before, her tone is a little more distant at this time. Finding a way to pass through the gate of the heavenly palace, the entire Ye family can ascend. This concerns the entire Ye family, not just Ye Yu. The so-called Lord of Heaven, although the Master of Heaven, will not reject any ascender, especially the ascender brought by the great power of the Hedeo realm. Even if the Lord of Heaven is here, he will not reject it. After all, a Hedeo realm joining the heavenly court is a boost to the heavenly court's combat power. It's related to me and the Ye family. Ye Yu paused as he was about to leave. So the ancestor made some deals with Musian for the sake of me and the Ye family. But why would a Hedeo realm need something from the refining God realm? Ye Yu wanted to turn around and look at Ye Qingxin to ask what was going on, but because he had just said he was leaving, he couldn't bring himself to do it. So, he finally stiffened his neck, turned into a stream of light, and disappeared in the air court. Tonight, because of Musian's matter, he was now restless and in a mess, and he needed to calm down. And now he couldn't bring himself to ask, after all, he had just vented his anger. However, when Ye Yu left, he didn't seem to realize that some precious things around him were quietly passing away. Musian looked up at the scene, his expression did not change much, but the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up slightly, almost laughing out loud. However, a qualified actor would naturally not let his smile show so obviously. In fact, Yayu has been blessed by the heavens since he was born, so naturally there is no such thing as everyone is against him. If you want something, you have to pay something. In the past, Musian would spend all kinds of thoughts to pursue beauties, so he got what he wanted, eating pills as food every day, and practicing with Yao Men to obtain a first-grade technique. It can be said that this soft rice is quite fragrant. In order to improve his strength, Yayu abandoned all close relationships in the past, and now he has also got what he wants. For Musian, it is naturally impossible to have any mercy on Yayu. After all, since Yayu was chosen by the heaven of Jizhu, the two sides have no room for maneuver. Now if Yayu's luck is not suppressed, if Yayu's cultivation level goes up in the future, it is also impossible to let him go. However, it must be said that although Yayu has average emotional intelligence, his luck in love is really good. First, he has a beautiful fiancée, then he has two beautiful sisters, and now even the ancestor of the Ye family is so beautiful. Musian sighed in his heart. Coupled with Yayu's heavenly aura, it can be said that if Musian had not awakened the memory of his previous life, and the blows one after another made the originally arrogant Yayu become a little crazy, this chosen person can indeed be said to be a winner in life. But now, your ancestor is very beautiful, but she will belong to me in the next second. Musian looked at Yayu's departing figure, sighed softly, and said, actually, brother Ye is good in everything, but he is too impulsive. A lot of hatred between us is actually caused by misunderstandings like today. Sorry, Senior Ye must be in a difficult situation tonight, right? I didn't expect Yayu to come here with you. I thought the matter of the heavenly palace should be a secret between us. Ye Kingzin never answered. She put her hands behind her back, and there was a bit of disappointment in her eyes. Then, she shook her head and said softly, it doesn't matter, Mu Xiao is right. The matter of the heavenly palace involves many people, and it should indeed be avoided from more people. Yayu's performance tonight can be said to be greatly discounted in her heart. At first, she felt that she, the descendant of the Ye family, was extremely talented. Although she was not calm enough, she was a person with great luck. Who would have thought that this series of performances would be a huge disappointment? If you don't have enough character, no matter how talented you are, it doesn't mean much. She has seen too many so-called geniuses in the past. Those who have talent and luck may not be able to achieve great things, but their character is also very important. On the other hand, the playboy Muse Hickson described by Yayu is very calm. Although his talent is not amazing, his speech and behavior are very comfortable. Didn't he ever think about it? If he really turned towards Musian, why would he stand up for him in the first place? Your natural furnace cauldron is different from the natural furnace cauldron I have seen in the past. It seems that it has evolved. Ye Kingzin quickly stopped her thoughts and turned around to ask. Ever since she noticed Musian's natural furnace cauldron before, Ye Kingzin noticed what was special about Musian's natural furnace cauldron. Logically speaking, although a physique such as a natural furnace cauldron is rare, in the vastness of Jizhu, what kind of physique has she not seen before? After all, she had seen the extremely special natural furnace cauldron on the Empress of Yuzhou in the past. Luo Tan, the Empress of Yuzhou, has the dual constitution of a natural furnace cauldron and a medicine immortal body. However, Mu Xian's natural furnace cauldron is actually much more special than Luo Tan. Logically speaking, it is impossible for the spiritual energy in the natural furnace to absorb the spiritual energy from heaven. Even Luo Tan's natural spiritual body cannot do it, but Musian did it. This also confirmed that there was indeed a huge connection between him and heaven. To talk about Senior, this junior happened to experience some adventures in the past, so the natural furnace cauldron also mutated several times by luck, Musian said respectfully. The natural furnace cauldron that has evolved several times. Yekingzin pursed her red lips slightly, and could not hide the look of shock in her coquettish red eyes. This was the first time she heard that the natural furnace cauldron could continuously evolve. No wonder it could absorb the spiritual energy in heaven. You have been to heaven, right? Yekingzin asked again. The spiritual energy in Musian's natural cauldron was obviously not obtained from the heaven in her palm, but from some chance in the past. She had been looking at the scroll when Musian was participating in the assessment of palm heaven, so she was naturally aware of this matter. Musian nodded slightly and said, I really can't hide anything from my senior. This junior has indeed been to heaven in the past. That time on the road to immortality, Yekingzin asked. It's the same as what senior guessed. After hearing Musian's affirmative reply, Yekingzin finally understood. She was not surprised. It could even be said that Musian's answer was within her expectation. After all, according to the original deduction, the next appearance of the immortal road should be in the southern wasteland 3,000 years later, but it turned out that the immortal road was a full 3,000 years earlier than her deduction. The reason is probably because of Musian. This person is indeed related to the Lord of Heaven, and may even be him. Senior, haven't you already ascended to heaven? Why do you still care so much about heaven? Musian asked humbly. Hearing this, Yekingzin said quietly, I am the only one who has ascended. After living forever, it is inevitable that I will have some new goals, for example, open the door to heaven so that my descendants can also enjoy the corresponding benefits. Even if an ordinary monk ascends to heaven, not to mention endless lifespan, at least his lifespan can be extended for at least 1,000 years. However, there are only two ways to open the door to heaven. The first is to comply with the rules of heaven, and the second is. Yekingzin glanced at Musian and said, this is the approval of the Lord of Heaven. Yekingzin is really interested in her descendants. It turns out that not only does she want to ascend herself, but she actually wants her entire family to ascend to heaven and become a legend in Kyushu. Musian said calmly, the junior already knows what the senior said, but although the junior can rewrite the rules of heaven, it is still a little difficult to open the gate of heaven. This is not a lie. Although he can open the ring left by the first demon emperor, only he can enter it, and only his spiritual consciousness can enter the heaven. Yekingzin didn't seem surprised and said, with your current state, it is indeed too difficult to open the door to heaven. However, Musian cannot open the gate to heaven now, but what if he returns to the void in the future, or even after enlightenment? As if he had guessed what Yekingzin was thinking, Musian raised his hands and bowed, saying, if I can help my senior, I will definitely do my best in the future. Yekingzin was slightly taken aback, obviously not expecting Musian to directly agree without mentioning any conditions or benefits. Even though she had seen what Musian did to her in the scroll before, she still had a better impression of Musian in her heart. Yekingzin looked at him with her beautiful eyes, and then took out a delicate jade bottle from her sleeve. Since little friend Mu has agreed, I can't let you go home empty-handed tonight. This is a 9th grade elixir, a rising elixir. After refining, it will become a layer of protection outside of your spiritual consciousness. If you are attacked mentally, this protection will take effect. Within the first month after taking it, it can also penetrate the secrets of the technique and directly destroy it. Interpretation. 9th grade elixir. As expected of a visitor from heaven, this is a good thing. Musian's eyes became a little more fiery, but he still remained rational and asked in a surprised tone, Senior, you trust me so much? Aren't you afraid that I will lie to you? Even he didn't expect that Yekingzin would directly give him the elixir in the transaction. Yekingzin smiled and said, you may lie, but your natural furnace will not. Thank you very much, Senior. Musian took the jade bottle with both hands, showing his respect for the senior. I swear that if I enter the realm of enlightenment in the future, I will definitely help you realize your wish of ascending with your whole family, Musian vowed. Ye Kingzin smiled gently, it's getting late. If you have nothing to do, go back early. The Green Emperor should not know that you are out, right? Musian saw that he had stopped, raised his hands and bowed, and said, then I will leave first. After that, Musian turned around and flew away from the Sky Court with the immortal pill. On the other side, Ye Kingzin stared at the scene, but couldn't help but sigh softly in his heart, and with it came a little more regret. It would be great if this person was a descendant of the Ye family. After Musian returned to the glazed palace, he thought about it for a while, and finally gave up the plan to return to Dexin Garden to see Sister Lingxian, and went back to Tianhe Garden directly. Today, Ye Kingzin's appearance and dress were too attractive, and he needed to find Naxi to comfort himself. After flying back to Tianhe Garden, Musian walked along the deep path and came straight to the room of the beauty who had been working day and night before. Ruoxi, I'm coming in. After knocking on the door twice, Musian quietly opened the door. But Bai Ruoxi, who came into view, made Musian stunned for a moment. At this moment, Bai Ruoxi had woken up from meditation. There was a blush in the corners of her eyes, and the white palace skirt was stained with a black luster. Compared with the weakness in the past, Bai Ruoxi at this moment had more indescribable charm. As if she had noticed Musian's presence, Bai Ruoxi tilted her head slightly, then smiled and called out softly, Mu Lang, you're back, Bai Ruoxi called out softly with a smile on her face. Why is there something wrong with Ruoxi's dress and temperament? Musian was a little confused, and always had a bad feeling in his heart. Bai Ruoxi walked to Musian's side, gently nestled in his arms, raised her eyes, with moist water in her eyes, and called out softly, Mu Lang. Musian didn't even have time to sigh at Bai Ruoxi's soft body. The next moment, her tone suddenly became more gentle, as if she was about to overflow with water. Is this how you and Kingdi bullied me today? Musian was about to hug Bai Ruoxi's hand and paused slightly. His body stiffened and he suddenly looked down at the beauty in his arms. Gong Lianyu. Warm reminder, if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us, we will handle it as soon as possible, thank you for your understanding. So, they were the protagonists all along. Author, CCC. Chapter 337. While Musian was feeling the warmth of the soft jade in his arms, he fell into a long period of contemplation. At this moment, countless question marks popped up in his mind. Logically speaking, shouldn't Gong Lianyu wake up after Ruoxi officially enters the Return to Void Realm? Ruoxi is obviously not yet at the Return to Void Realm, and has only just glimpsed the threshold of the peak of the Refining Spirit Realm. Why did Gong Lianyu wake up so quickly? Musian looked at the palace skirt beauty in his arms. Her delicate body was tightly wrapped in the black and white palace skirt. Her figure was sexy and curvy. She put her hands on Musian's waist, lifted up her delicate and white face, and her eyes were moist and pitiful. And looking down from the face along the snow-white neck, it seemed that you could vaguely see the fullness that could not be covered by the clothes, which was thrilling. The weight of the chest was exactly the dream that Musian had been pursuing from the past to the present. If it were in normal times, he would probably have started to get started right now. However, at this moment, Musian felt something was wrong. This woman didn't seem to be Bai Ruoxi, but Gong Lianyu. Mu Lang, why don't you speak? Bai Ruoxi raised her head, and her moist and gentle eyes stared at Musian quietly, but her pure face seemed to have a bit of seductive breath, and her lips were tightly pursed, which made her very attractive no matter how she looked at it. At this time, Bai Ruoxi was not Gong Lianyu, but after she first glimpsed the threshold of the Return to Void Realm, she was stimulated by the Qing Emperor, and Gong Lianyu's personality indirectly affected her. However, This was only a short-term impact. Of course, even so, it was enough for Musian to bear at this moment. Musian also quickly noticed the changes in Bairuoxi's aura through the special constitution of his natural spirit body. When he looked down at the beauty in his arms, he felt relieved. This is not Gong Lianyu's aura, but Ruoxi's aura, but it is mixed with some of Gong Lianyu's aura. It seems that Ruoxi is close to returning to the void, and then her scabbard is affected by the sword body. Musian calmed down a little, but did not show the panic that Bairuoxi expected, but sighed softly. "Why is Mu Lang sighing?" Bairuoxi asked, puzzled. Compared with the gentleness of the past, her temperament seems to have a bit more coquettish breath at this time, and a strand of hair falls on her delicate face, showing a little laziness. A pair of beautiful eyes look around and shine, and the rosy little mouth is tightly pursed, obviously annoyed by the N.T.R of the Qing Emperor in front of him today. However, what attracted Musian the most was the palace skirt that was intertwined with white and black at this moment, and the snow-white skin seemed to be translucent, which was extremely beautiful. After looking into Bairuoxi's eyes for a while, Musian sighed and said, "Ruoxi, you can scold me or punish me, but Senior Kingdi has done me a favor, and it's not just that I saved her. If I openly rejected her today, what do you think she would think?" But in the end, no one could reject Sister Kingdi's confession under such circumstances. Mu Lang and Kingdi are Taoist couples, so what about me? Bairuoxi's eyes were moist and she looked pitiful. However, a ray of silver light faintly emerged from her cuffs. Lovelock. The lovelocks seemed to collide with each other in the silent room, making a pleasant sound, but Musian ignored it. He suddenly lowered his head slightly, and under Bairuoxi's bewildered eyes, he gently kissed her on the cheek. She seemed to have put on some light makeup when she went out today. Bairuoxi, who was usually as elegant as a flower, was already a great beauty, and she was even more gorgeous with a little makeup on, the best in the world. Feeling the cool shackles quietly covering his wrists, Musian still ignored it. He moved slowly along Bairuoxi's face and finally touched the soft lips of the great beauty in his arms. After tasting a little on the pink lips with a little rouge, Musian slowly let her go, lowered his head and stared at Bairuoxi, who seemed to be breathing slightly, and said affectionately, "What do you think our relationship is?" Suddenly throwing the question to Bairuoxi, who had already turned a little dark, was stunned for a moment, with mist in her eyes, staring at him in a daze. Musian sighed softly, "In fact, both you and Sister Kingdi are people I can't let go of. If I have to make a choice, I would rather let you punish me now than let you down." "Isn't Malang angry?" Bairuoxi lowered her eyes and looked at the lovelock that had bound Musian's wrist. She thought Musian would panic, or even get angry because of her sudden attack, or even say some sweet words to make people happy, but at this moment Musian's performance was completely the opposite of what she imagined. Musian shook his head gently and said gently, "If you think this can make you happy, I am willing to do anything." These words seemed extremely sincere. Musian gazed at Bairuoxi's eyes gently, and that gentleness seemed to soften Bairuoxi's heart. She seemed to be touched by Musian's words to the softest depths of her heart, and the original dissatisfaction slowly disappeared. At this time, Musian let her sit down on the table behind him, then took a look at the lovelock on her wrist and said softly, "Ruoxi, untie this thing." Unexpectedly, Bairuoxi shook her head gently, "No." She gently tugged on the tongzin lock, which happened to pull Musian's face in front of hers, and then pressed it gently, letting him feel the warmth brought by the human heart. Ruoxi's reaction was different from what I expected. Logically speaking, she should be emotional at this time. Of course, I want to think about it, but Musian naturally doesn't care about this little thing at this moment. After all, no matter what, his purpose of coming to Naxi tonight is to transfer the spiritual energy in the heaven to her cauldron, for therefore, it naturally requires some effort. Bairuoxi gently put one hand on the back of Musian's head, looked at the boy in her arms, her eyes were as gentle as water, and said softly, Mulang, when did you confirm your relationship with Senior Kingdi? It's a long night, don't talk about these things, Ruoxi. Rather than this, I want to spend a spring night with you now. Musian tried every means to lick the beauty to make her happy. Bairuoxi frowned slightly, obviously unhappy. However, just when she was about to speak, she suddenly let out a small cry, covered her red mouth, and stared at the boy with her eyes slightly lowered. Slowly, the original words of dissatisfaction were gradually replaced by the gradually rising excitement and pleasure. She narrowed her eyes slightly and gently stroked the back of Musian's head, as if to soothe his slightly some upturned hair. Late at night. The energy of heaven exudes a milky white brilliance and floats quietly in mid-air, providing sufficient spiritual energy for the two of them. The influence that Gong Lianyu had unintentionally brought to Bairuoxi tonight was directly eliminated by Musian's wave of dog-licking, and she successfully changed from the Bairuoxi's blackened mode back to the delicate young lady she was before. It's not good. Ruoxi has already been like this before she returns to the virtual state. If she really returns to the virtual state in the future, Gong Lianyu's spiritual consciousness awakens, and if she knows that Qing Emperor actually turned her green in front of her, I'm afraid you have to eat me on the spot. Musian gently rubbed his waist and sat cross-legged on the edge of the bed. He looked sideways at the white beauty who was wearing a thin white undershirt and the clothes were slightly loose, but felt a little helpless. I have to improve my strength as soon as possible, not to mention suppressing Hideo, but at least I have to have some ability to protect myself, not only for me, but also for the sake of suppressing Yayu's luck again in this Immortal Ascension Conference. Musian looked at the luck value that appeared in front of his eyes and secretly made a plan in his heart. According to his judgment, the weight of Yayu's luck should have been weakened to a certain extent. The only troublesome thing at the moment is the ancestors of the Ye family and the old man in Yayu's body. However, Ye Qingxin has a good impression of me, but she is still a little wary of me for some reason. It stands to reason that I have done a perfect job tonight, and it is no problem to say that I am a good boy. Recalling the various behaviors Ye Qingxin showed towards him tonight, Musian was puzzled. According to the original plan, Ye Qingxin's favorable impression of him should be higher, but tonight it seemed that Ye Qingxin was still wary of him. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, the Heavenly Court issue has already established a connection with her. As long as she doesn't leave the sect, there will be many opportunities to contact her. Musian shook his head gently and dismissed the thoughts in his mind. He first left the room, took out a paper crane in the study, opened it, and wrote a letter to explain to his senior sister what happened today. This explanation may not calm the senior sister, but it can at least show her sincerity. They also saw it today. It was not me who moved it, but Yao Meng's hand who moved it first. Musian folded the paper crane and threw it out of the window. Afterwards, he strolled back to Bairuoxi's house, closed the door, and took out a white jade-like elixir from the ring. The rich medicinal fragrance and faint white light even overshadowed the heavenly aura floating in the air. The soft radiance gave people a charm that seemed to calm down no matter how anxious they were. 9th grade elixir, ascending elixir. Ye Qingxin is really a little rich woman. I'm afraid I won't be able to find another one of these in all the 9 states. She really paid a lot for the Ye family. Musian sighed inwardly again. Then, he took the Shengxian pill in one gulp. The natural furnace cauldron in his body was ready to move almost instantly. Fortunately, Musian was prepared and took 3 6th grade elixirs one after another and sent them into the natural furnace cauldron. Just make a living, don't worry about my elixir, this is related to my future sexual life. The natural furnace cauldron that was about to move, as if ready to swallow the elixir of immortality at any time, suddenly slowly calmed down. 3 6th grade elixirs are really effective? Even Musian was a little surprised. He had already prepared to give away the immortal elixir in the Tian Tian furnace cauldron to other girls, but the Tian Tian furnace cauldron actually became quiet this day. And when the spiritual consciousness swept across the natural furnace cauldron, at the center of the natural furnace cauldron, a silhouette of a silver-haired beauty curled up and falling into deep sleep also entered Musian's mind. Since the aura of heaven was incorporated into the natural furnace, the original witch has entered a deep sleep state, and seems to be nourishing her damaged spiritual consciousness through the aura of heaven. However, judging from the current situation, after the original witch entered the Tian Tian cauldron, the Tian Tian cauldron seemed to be a lot more honest and not as greedy as in the past. At least Musian had never seen Tian Sheng furnace be so honest in the past, without the slightest hint of greed. Musian stopped thinking about it, held his breath and concentrated, refining the efficacy of the elixir. Slowly, the Tian Huang cultivation technique that was originally difficult to detect in his mind seemed to have gradually found a way to step into the threshold. Unconsciously, Musian felt as if he was in the center of a piece of magma. In the center, there was a sudden phoenix cry, and a phoenix burning with black flames soared into the sky from the depths of the thick magma. With the cry of the phoenix, the entire sky seemed to be burning with black flames, and spiritual energy filled the entire space. Then, he seemed to vaguely touch something inexplicable in his mind. Musian gently raised his fingertips, and a wisp of black flame came out from his fingertips. The next moment, Musian's spiritual consciousness returned to reality. He slowly opened his eyes and tried to operate the Tian Huang Kung Fu. The next moment, a strange black rune flashed behind him. But tonight, the spiritual energy that had been repeatedly drained away by Bairuoxi returned to its fullest state in an instant under Musian's surprised expression. What a good thing! Musian looked down at his hands, his eyes full of surprise. Having this Tian Huang technique is equivalent to having two lives. Even if the spiritual energy is exhausted, he will not die, and as the Tian Huang technique improves, the number of times he can be reborn will also increase. Bairuoxi seemed to be aware of the rich spiritual energy that the young man next to her was filled with. She slowly opened her eyes and said in surprise, "Mu Lang, your spiritual energy has recovered so quickly." Although he was still a little weak just now, Musian's spiritual energy was at its best at this moment, which was really incredible. Musian stared at the weak posture of Bairuoxi next to him, and then thought about how she had bullied him with this weak posture before. He suddenly had the idea of teasing in his heart, and vowed to avenge himself for being trapped by the concentric lock just now. The spiritual energy recovered on its own as soon as I thought about the need to serve Ruoxi later, Musian teased, with just the right amount of tenderness, one hand wrapped around Bairuoxi's slender waist, and hugged her in my arms. Bairuoxi's delicate body trembled slightly, her eyes slightly lowered, but her heart was full of affection. Although she knew that she should teach him a lesson and punish him, whenever Musian was so intimately touched, her heart always became confused involuntarily. At this time, Musian took advantage of the situation and gently pressed her shoulders, letting her lean on the bed and pulling up the quilt. He can even suppress Kingdi's sister, and the Sword Palace Master, is no problem either. South Bank. In a hall exuding the fragrance of ancient ink and calligraphy. The Qing Emperor's speech in front of Nanan today was truly astonishing. If I hadn't known that you disdain to lie, I would have found it hard to believe it. A woman wearing a gorgeous white skirt with gold threads leaned in front of the seat. Translucent black silk appeared between her knee-high boots and the hem of the skirt, revealing a small black silk calf. Her white boots were on casually ground. When speaking of this, Luo Tan raised her clear beautiful eyes and stared at the fairy in front of her. The size of Zhu is beyond people's imagination. In the past, Luo Tan, the Dan Emperor of Yuzhou, had no connection with Qing Emperor. Even Luo Tan did not expect Qing Emperor to visit him tonight. Yao Meng showed a faint smile and lightly parted her red lips. As I said during the day, you can't control your feelings. In the past, I was devoted to cultivating Taoism and never cared about my feelings. Now that I can find where I belong, it is a great blessing. Lucky is that little monk in the God-refining realm, right? But because of this matter, the Taoist companion you chose will probably be jealous of countless monks in Zhuzhu. Luo Tan chuckled, with a hint of ridicule in his tone. This is not an exaggeration. With the appearance of the Qing emperor, even if she is not born with Taoism, she is the dream lover of countless monks in Zhuzhu. It is just because she is too far away, just like the fairy in Guanggan Palace, it is expected but it is inaccessible, so people just worship her as a goddess and dare not blaspheme her. However, what King Di said today may have broken the hearts of many monks. The name Musian will soon be spread throughout the Kyushu. But of course, this has nothing to do with her as a spectator. Rather, since he joined the Tao, everything in this world has seemed so boring, and Luo Tanba has no choice but to have more fun for his own entertainment. She changed her voice and said again, I wonder why Fairy Yao Meng is visiting tonight. It shouldn't be just for chatting with me, right? Luo Tan continued. Yao Meng smiled sweetly, I want to make a deal with you using the heavenly pill phoenix fruit. Luo Tan narrowed his eyes and said, what deal? The heavenly pill phoenix fruit is a very precious medicinal material for alchemists, but in the past Yaokai rarely used it for trade. Now the Qing emperor used it as a trade item, which naturally aroused Luo Tan's interest. After the Immortal Ascension Conference is over, you will hold an alchemy competition in Lianji sect, right? I hope you can refine a Tao heart pill before then, Yao Meng said. Can. Luo Tan agreed without even thinking about it. Then, he doubted again, what do you want that thing for? Dioxin pill is an 8th grade elixir used to expand the cauldron, but its refining difficulty is no less difficult than that of 9th grade elixir. Although expanding the cauldron sounds good, in fact, this elixir can only expand part of the cauldron, and the dioxin pill has no effect on most monks' cauldrons. What on earth does this Qing emperor want to do? Luo Tan narrowed his eyes and looked at King Di meaningfully. Dao Xin Dan is useful for her special physique like the natural furnace cauldron. Most people may not be able to use other furnaces. However, Yao Meng did not intend to answer, but just showed a mysterious smile, I have my own use. The natural furnace cauldron is now occupied by the original witch, and she has no way to deal with the original witch. But what if the natural furnace cauldron is expanded and advanced? You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. So, they were the protagonists all along. Author, CCC. Chapter 338. For monks, the only way to expand the cauldron is to improve the realm. No one can forcefully expand their own cauldron. The effect of the Dao heart pill is that it can change the original size of the cauldron. Although it sounds excellent, there are very few people who can truly exert the effect of the Dao heart pill. However, there is one constitution that is an exception. A natural furnace. Although such a physique is extremely rare, Yao Meng happens to know someone who can use this thing. Yao Meng pursed her red lips slightly, and inadvertently outlined a faint arc, but there was a hint of expectation in her eyes. She has begun to look forward to what kind of expression the original witch will show when she sees her spiritual consciousness entering the natural furnace. The next day, South Bank. The lead-colored clouds slowly moved in with the wind, but they still could not hide the sacred aura of the Liangyi sect. At this moment, many elders and leaders were gathered in front of a certain immortal platform located on the south bank. However, the 3 middle seats were still unoccupied. Yesterday, the Qing Emperor incident caused a huge uproar in the Liangyi section. It would be no exaggeration to say that everyone knew about it. And this morning there was a competition between Musian, which was known to all the major holy places in the 9 provinces, and the elders in the sect. They speculated that Emperor Qing might come to watch the Immortal Ascension Conference today. The other two positions are reserved for Luo Tan, the Empress of Yuzhou, and Ye Qingxin, a visitor from the heaven. As everyone expected, when the elder in charge of the competition came to the high platform, a slender figure in a green skirt appeared on the platform. Qing Emperor. Someone not far away immediately spotted the fairy appearing on the immortal platform, and couldn't help but whisper. She was as charming as ever, even though she appeared quietly on the immortal platform, she still attracted everyone's attention instantly. Qing Emperor came really early today. It seems like you are worried about your Taoist companion's competition. At this time, another pleasant voice suddenly came from in front of the ascension platform, and everyone's eyes also fell on the woman who spoke. The woman was wearing a long black and red dress, like a witch walking out of the flames. Her sultry red eyes were as magnificent as glass, and they carried the majesty of a superior person, making people dare not look at her easily. Ye Qingxin. Seeing the two people appearing in the field of vision, everyone on and off the high platform felt a little more wary. There is a big feud between Ye Yu and Muzian, and Ye Qingxin is the ancestor of the Ye family. Yesterday, she stood up for Ye Yu to no avail. Instead, she gave a first-grade weapon spirit to Muzian. If the two masters of the Hedao realm were, this could lead to conflicts, with disastrous consequences. However, Yao Meng seemed to have forgotten what happened yesterday and chuckled, "It's not that I'm worried, I just stopped by to take a look." Her tone was natural, as if she was chatting with an old friend she hadn't seen for many years. When he said this, his beautiful eyes were fixed on Muzian, who had arrived near the immortal platform not far away. As if aware of Yao Meng's gaze, Muzian and her looked at each other. Then, Muzian smiled very reservedly at her, and then nodded politely in the direction of Ye Qingxin. If he hadn't known this guy's true face, he might have thought he was a well-behaved and obedient boy. Ye Qingxin glanced at Muzian lightly, then looked away. Why do I feel like she has such a big opinion against me? Logically speaking, Ye Yu's matter should have pushed Ye Qingxin to my side. Muzian felt a little weird. Bairuoxi glanced at the holy fairy in the eyes of the world inadvertently, then turned around and said softly, "Mr. Mu, let's go over there and sit and wait for a while. It seems that today we will randomly select opponents for a competition. There are a total of 20 contestants in today's competition, but after today, there are only 10 people who can become the most favored people in Kyushu." Although there was no drawing of lots yesterday, the old man on the stage also used a special spell to conduct a drawing competition. Today, a similar method will be used to randomly select opponents. Muzian followed Bairuoxi to a pavilion not far from Shengxian Terrace and sat down. At this moment, 3 or 2 people had gathered here, and some were under another pavilion not far away. Ye Qingxin stared at this scene, and suddenly raised her eyebrows slightly, as if remembering something interesting. She asked, "Qing Emperor chose Mu Xiao as a Taoist companion in the past. Before that, did he know that Mu Xiao had a Taoist partner?" Her voice was emitted through a special spell, and only the 2 people present could hear it. If Xuanyan is equivalent to a private chat, then Ye Qingxin is now equivalent to establishing a discussion group. Yao Meng looked at the young man under the pavilion with a smile, and Bairuoxi, who immediately hugged Muzian's arm after noticing her gaze. His expression remained unchanged, but there was a faint smile in his green eyes. "Nature knows." Yao Meng's tone was soft and calm, "He is a very good person. If there are not a few Taoist companions around him, I will be greatly disappointed." Outsiders may sound like she is expressing that excellent men will naturally have women who like them, but in fact, if Bairuoxi and others were present to hear this, they would probably hear another meaning. "How can I be a green person without a Taoist companion?" This is the meaning behind the words. Then, she said casually, "Although he has practiced for less than 10 years, he is much more mature than most people who think they are geniuses." At the end, she looked at Ye Qingxin with a smile. This can be said to have directly touched Ye Qingxin's sore spot. The so-called people who think they are geniuses naturally include one of her descendants of the Ye family, Yayu. Recalling Yayu's hysterical angry words last night, and now comparing him with Musian, Ye Qingxin couldn't help but frown. Just at this moment, Ye Qingxin raised her beautiful eyes and saw the black-robed boy who was slowly walking towards the gate of the south bank. Look, Yayu is here too. I heard that he had a big conflict with Musian when he was in Tianqian City in the past. Yesterday, the ancestor of the Ye family even planned to let the two of them compete fairly to determine the winner, but unfortunately an accident happened in the middle. Yayu's realm fell sharply in the past, and he was able to be reborn in Nirvana under such circumstances. It would be interesting if Musian ran into him this time. Many cultivators present looked over and whispered. The center of the discussion was Yayu. Some people thought that Yayu had excellent talent and had experienced setbacks in the past, so his current strength should not be underestimated. If it were before, Ye Qingxin would probably be quite pleased to hear these people praising her as a descendant of the Ye family. However, her expression did not change at this time. Yayu naturally heard the discussions of the crowd. He looked calm and did not seem arrogant or impatient. This was a matter of course for him. After all, he was a man of great luck and naturally had extraordinary talents. Yayu looked up at Ye Qingxin in front of the ascension platform and said in a voice transmission, "Ancestor, I'm really sorry for last night. I was influenced by Musian's evil plan, so I spoke disrespectfully to you." After the teacher's analysis last night, he calmed down, and then Yayu realized how stupid he had done. Ye Qingxin is the ancestor of the Ye family, how could she be on Musian's side? But there is nothing to be done about it. For Ye Qingxin, Yayu has an inexplicable emotion in it. Although she is an ancestor, he has already regarded her as his own forbidden fruit in his heart, and no one is allowed to touch her. Therefore, he lost control when he saw Musian's direct action last night. Now calm down and think about it. The ancestor said it was for the Ye family. With her status, she naturally disdains to lie. No problem, just focus on the competition. Hearing Ye Qingxin's voice transmission reply, Yayu finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, Yayu did not realize that what happened last night had completely become a barrier between the two of them. Even if he wanted to repair it now, it still existed. Just like the gradually fading luck, no matter how much he wanted to make up for it, he could not do it. Because these lucks have been gradually swallowed up by Musian at this moment. Musian was in a very good mood at this time. His luck value was close to 90 points. Once it reached 90 points, he would officially enter the ranks of people with great luck. The blessing brought by the golden luck, it was exciting to think about it. And this was all thanks to the help of Yayu, the chosen one. When Musian thought of this, a faint smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of his mouth. Just at this moment, he noticed Yayu's gaze that fell directly on him not far away. Then, Yayu's voice transmission came to Musian's ears, "Musian, you'd better pray that you don't meet me in today's competition. If he meets Musian this time, he will show his true talent in front of his ancestors and let her see how talented he is as a descendant of the Ye family." After hearing Yayu's words, Musian didn't pay any attention at all. Instead, he slightly tilted his head, gently pushed aside the hair on Bairuoxi's forehead, and gently stroked her smooth face. "What are you doing?" Bairuoxi rolled her eyes at him, but her tone was shy. "It's okay, there is a silk thread left on your head last night, I will help you remove it." Musian smiled. Even now, when Yayu saw this scene, he felt an unknown anger in his heart. In the past, the first beauty of Tianqian City should have been his fiancée, and Musian's position should have been his position. All of this should have been his. Yayu clenched his fists tightly, his eyes full of hatred. Musian stopped when he saw that things were going well. After all, the Green Emperor was still watching from above. Although she was chatting with Luo Tan who had just arrived, she did not dare to go too far, lest she arouse public anger. As for Yayu's provocation, who would care about an incompetent and furious person? After all, there are many ways to defeat Yayu, and doing it yourself is just the most brainless way. Not long after, Ye Lingxian, Ye Qian and others had all arrived near the ascension platform. Then, an elder stood up and took out a golden bead. This thing is called the Swanling Pearl. Whether it is a disciple of my sect, those who join the sect this time should carry a temporary sect token. His voice spread throughout the ascension platform through the spiritual energy. Later, I will inject spiritual energy into the Swanling Pearl. And after that, the names of your next opponents will appear behind your sect tokens. Today's competition will determine the top 10 of this ascension conference. Everyone took out their sect tokens and turned them over. The elder injected a ray of spiritual energy into the Suanlingzu, and then the Suanlingzu emitted a faint white light. A name slowly emerged on the sect token that originally had no pattern. Musian also turned the sect token over and took a look at the name that appeared on it. Then, his eyes became more interesting. Yayu. Almost at the same time, Yayu suddenly raised his head and stared at Musian's direction, with a sharp light flashing in his eyes. Finally, what excuses can you find at this time? Surrender. If you surrender in front of so many people, especially Ruoxi and the Qing Emperor, you may never be able to raise your head in this life. Yayu tightly grasped the sect token, feeling the endless power surging in his body. He was now close to the 4th level of soul refining. If he added all the trump cards in his body and even the old man in his body, what could Musian use to fight him? Boom! At this time, the ground was shaking slightly, and several high platforms rose silently from the ground. In the center of each high platform, there was a circular door that was slowly turning. Cave Heaven. Stepping onto the high platform, you can enter the competition venue, and after that, everyone can see all kinds of scenes inside through the mirror cast by magic. As the participating disciples flew into each other's high platforms, 10 ice realms appeared out of thin air in front of the ascension platform. Musian and Yayu collided. Someone in the audience immediately saw Musian, who had already stepped into the cave heaven, and Yayu who followed closely behind him in front of one of the ice realms. For a moment, many people's eyes were more interested. Musian and Yayu officially fought. This scene aroused the interest of many people present. On one side, there was the support of the ancestors of the Ye family, and on the other side, there was the Taoist partner of the Green Emperor. It was quite interesting that the two of them collided with each other this time. In the cave, at this moment, red runes seemed to flicker faintly behind Yayu. He raised his head suddenly, with a startling chill in his eyes. Musian, I will pay you back 100-fold for taking away my heavenly energy and deceiving my sister that day. In front of the ascension platform, the eyes of several heads flickered slightly, and they all seemed a little surprised. Although they were quite optimistic about Yayu before, after all, he defeated a proud son of the Holy Land with a 3rd-grade soul refining skill yesterday, but they still didn't expect that the other party would still hold back and only show his strongest posture at this moment. The runes flashing behind him are somewhat shocking. I have only felt this kind of terrifying aura in the 1st-grade skills. Although Yayu is a 3rd-grade soul refiner, if it is an ordinary cultivator, I am afraid that even an 8th-grade soul refiner may not be able to win against him. If it were not for the sharp drop in realm in the past, he would probably be a high-grade soul refiner now. This time Musian has met a tough guy. The people present were all cultivators from ancient families or holy places. They were naturally sharp-eyed. At this moment, they saw at a glance how shocking the spiritual energy emanating from Yayu was. If he lost in this occasion, although King Di had said that he didn't care about Musian's realm, it would be a bit uncomfortable for Musian himself. Of course, they obviously didn't know that Master Mu didn't mind him being a gigolo. As for the competition with Yayu, if it was in Tianqian City at that time, he might not be able to beat Yayu. But now, Musian looked at Yayu calmly, with mysterious black runes flashing behind him and spiritual energy surging under his feet. He didn't seem to be too serious. Such a frivolous attitude naturally angered Yayu. Musian, have you ever thought about what would happen if you lost today? Yayu tried to put psychological pressure on Musian with words. After a moment of silence, Musian smiled and said, if I lose, I should ask Ruoxi or Kingdi's sister to comfort me. In fact, Sister Lingxian and Sister Qianer are not bad, your ancestors are also the most beautiful in the world, tut tut tut. Every word he said sounded in Yayu's ears in the form of voice transmission, and with each name falling, Yayu's face became more and more ugly. Musian, you are despicable and shameless. Not only did you bewitch Ruoxi and deceive my sister, but now you are even paying attention to my ancestor. Do you really think she will be provoked by you? Yayu's face was extremely ugly, and his face was even slightly distorted. He was obviously planning to provoke Musian at the beginning, but he was broken by Musian's words. He didn't expect that when he tried to provoke Musian, Musian was doing the same. And, the effect was immediate. After all, he liked ancestor Ye, not just the respect of the younger generation for the elders, but also some unspeakable emotions. At this moment, hearing that Musian actually wanted to get involved with Ye Qingxin, and thinking of the past, Yayu's anger instantly broke out. Die for me. The red runes under Yayu's feet flashed like a halo, forming a huge formation. The second grade formation, the refining flame formation. Everyone was a little shocked. They didn't expect that Yayu was not only an alchemist, but also a magic array master. The blazing flames covered the sky and earth, and came towards Musian with the vast spiritual energy. Obviously, Yayu was anxious. Because when he heard Musian mentioned by Ruoxi and others, he thought that he should have more today. Beauty, skills, natural treasures, should all be his, but now most of them have been taken away by Musian. And in order to show his strength, he directly released the second grade formation that he had just learned not long ago. It's just a pity that all this is just within Musian's expectations. Boring. When Musian shook his head gently, Yayu couldn't help but be stunned. At present, this refining flame formation completely surrounded Musian, but he was still so comfortable. The next moment, as Musian raised his eyes, a surge of spiritual energy surged wildly, and with his feet as the center, the black and golden light spread silently. It was also a second grade formation, the 100 birds chain formation given by Yan Ruyu in the past. The next moment, the whole cave was filled with the sound of phoenixes, and the black gold flaming birds wrapped in black flames danced in the sky, and the whole ground seemed to be shaking. The 100 birds chain array used to be golden, but now it is affected by the mysterious black flames of the phoenix technique and reappears in this form in the world. In front of the ascension platform, Ye Qingxin's eyes flickered slightly, and she looked up at the mirror in the air and the black flames in doubt. I always feel a sense of déjà vu. Yao Meng narrowed her eyes slightly and recognized the origin of the black flames at the first time. Phoenix technique. The strange black runes behind Musian flickered, and many of the cultivators at the same level as him felt the trembling from their souls. It was also a second grade formation, but it was obvious that Musian's second grade formation completely crushed it. Boom! Countless flaming birds wove black and gold silk threads in the air, binding the refining flame array. As the threads connected together, the fire refining array was forcibly cut apart and shattered with a bang, accompanied by sparks scattering out. A cold light flashed in Yayu's eyes, and runes flashed between his palms. Another second grade technique. However, this time Musian seemed to have lost interest and sighed lightly. He took a step forward, and the space suddenly shook violently. Behind Musian, a dark golden blade appeared silently in front of him. Asking the Heaven Lock. The spiritual energy was absorbed by the Asking the Heaven Lock in an instant, and then the whole world turned gray. Time stopped flowing at this moment. Musian raised his hand, and the asking the heaven lock behind him turned into a sharp blade, without any fancy, accompanied by an irresistible terrifying pressure, and rushed straight towards Yayu. 2 seconds later, time continued to flow. There are many ways to defeat Yayu, but Musian chose the simplest and most brutal means of attack. Even the faces of many elders in front of the immortal ascension platform changed slightly, and they were filled with shock. I'm afraid that even a cultivator who has just glimpsed the return to void cannot withstand this attack. The expression of the head of Ziwimeng Peak was also extremely solemn. When Yayu raised his head, the heaven-asking lock had already arrived in front of him. If it were an ordinary cultivator, he would probably be in despair at this time. Boom! This attack hit him hard, and Yayu spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his face was extremely pale. However, Yayu showed a hint of sneer. There seemed to be a black flame burning behind him. Then, Yayu's body, which was already seriously injured, was frantically repairing itself in a way that ordinary people could not imagine. And Yayu's spiritual energy, which had originally consumed a small part, was also reset in an instant. Outside the mirror, Luo Tan looked at the scene with interest and chuckled, "The Qi of Heaven. It is difficult for ordinary people to see with their naked eyes, but she can feel that the Qi of Heaven is hidden in the flashing red runes behind Yayu. And it was the Qi of Heaven that gave Yayu the ability to reset his own time just now. But this way, Musian is in trouble. After using the first-grade spirit, can he still hold on with his current spiritual energy?" Luo Tan's eyes fell on the mirror, and when he saw Musian's calm and indifferent expression, his casual smile in the past finally became more meaningful. Is he pretending to be profound, or, Musian expected Yayu to be able to block this attack, but still used the heavenly questioning lock? Click. Yayu moved his arms, as if showing off his strength to everyone. And Musian looked at Yayu with interest. Tian Huang Gongfa? No, it's not the same as the Tian Huang technique. Yayu is not self-repairing, but directly resetting his body to its original state. As if he had guessed what Musian was thinking, Yayu stared at Musian and sneered, "I know you are proud of this heaven-asking lock given to you by your ancestors, but after this attack, can you still fight? If you weren't so arrogant, I might not be able to beat you," he continued. "Does this mean that your mysterious ability can only be used once?" Musian chuckled and heard the hidden meaning of Yayu's words. At this time, Musian looked extremely weak, but he still had a calm smile on his face, as if he was sure of victory. And such a smile also made Yayu feel that something was wrong. Playing tricks. Yayu snorted coldly, and a third-grade flying sword behind him rose up, turning into 9 sword shadows, flashing and rushing towards Musian. "The ignorant are fearless," Musian said lightly. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Almost at that moment, Musian's cauldron, which had been completely exhausted, actually burned at this moment. It seemed that a phoenix soared into the sky behind him, and almost in the blink of an eye, the originally exhausted spiritual energy was completely filled. Yayu's pupils shrank suddenly. "The same rebirth ability as me." The heaven-asking lock behind him made a buzzing sound, and the sword body vibrated slightly, frantically absorbing Musian's spiritual energy again. Yayu's eyes flashed with fear, and he growled, "Teacher." However, just when a certain existence in that body was about to possess him, Musian said lightly, "Think carefully before taking action." He stared into Yayu's eyes, as if he saw the old man in Yayu's body through those eyes. At that moment, Yayu's eyes reflected Musian's figure, and the slender figure in black robes that vaguely emerged behind him. The original witch. The terrifying pressure of the heavenly lock once again filled the entire space. This time, without the protection of the heavenly Qi, Yayu's forehead broke out in cold sweat. With a plop, he knelt down uncontrollably, his knees slammed deeply into the ground, unable to move. This time, no matter how Yayu called out to the old man in his body, there was no response. Why is he so strong? Obviously I am the chosen one. Ye Yu growled in anger and unwillingness in his heart, raised his head with difficulty, and looked at the black-robed man in front of him who looked like a god looking down at an ant, his eyes full of unwillingness and anger. I don't know when you got the illusion that you can definitely beat me as long as you spar with me. Musian was suspended in the air, looking indifferent, looking down at Ye Yu from a high position. In fact, he chuckled in his heart. At this moment, countless eyes stared at Musian in shock, and many female cultivators' eyes glowed. In their eyes, this young man was like a young god king at this moment, full of charm. Ye Kingzin's hand gently clenched the teacup, ready to rescue Ye Yu at any time. Finally, Musian could no longer control the heavenly questioning lock, and the sword was slashed directly. The terrifying sword light flashed by, and at this time, Musian raised his other hand, and his spiritual energy controlled the sword light of the heavenly questioning lock. Under the astonished eyes of the crowd, he gritted his teeth and moved the heavenly questioning lock with difficulty, so that the sword avoided Ye Yu's fatal position. The luck that heaven had bestowed on Ye Yu in the past had almost been consumed, but this did not mean that heaven had really given up on him completely. If he was eliminated now, he would also suffer some backlash from his luck. Besides, the dead are more useful than the living, but sometimes, the living are also more useful than the dead. Ye Yu is still very useful now. Tisk. Staring at Ye Yu's figure who slowly fell to the ground and was then quietly teleported out of the cave, Musian also spit out a mouthful of blood from his mouth, covered his chest, and stumbled out of the cave. There was silence outside the field, and countless eyes were staring at Musian in shock. This Musian was only a 4th-grade soul refiner, and he had always been obsessed with Neza. However, today's battle made people really realize that they might have overlooked a strong competitor in the Ascension Conference. The old man in front of the high platform also came back to his senses and said loudly, "Musian wins." As the verdict fell, there was a commotion outside the venue. At this time, a figure with a faint fragrance appeared silently beside him, pressed his shoulder, and sent spiritual energy. "Thank you." Musian turned his head and looked at Yao Mang, smiling. "You don't have to care about his life or death." Yao Mang frowned slightly. If Musian hadn't intentionally held back and controlled his spiritual energy, Ye Yu would have been seriously injured and left with sequelae even if he didn't die. In order to hold back, Musian controlled his spiritual energy to manipulate the full-powered Asking Heaven lock, but hurt himself instead. Musian smiled weakly at her and said, "We are all disciples of the section, there is no need to kill them all." At this time, another clear and pleasant voice came to Musian's ears again. "My dear friend Mu, if you do this, I'm afraid you won't have time to recover from your injuries and participate in the competition tomorrow." Ye Kingzin had already landed in front of the high platform, with a bit of complexity in her red eyes. Musian coughed lightly, but forced a smile, and said in a voice transmission, "Mu doesn't want to make things difficult for the senior. The senior has a favor to Mu, and you and I are still a cooperative relationship. If you are seriously injured today or even accidentally kill Ye Yu, you must be very entangled, right?" Ye Kingzin's eyes flickered slightly, and there was a little more apology in her eyes when she looked at Musian. She had guessed before that the reason why Musian held back was because she was the ancestor of the Ye family, but when she really heard this from Musian, she still felt a little more guilty. At this moment, Ye Kingzin seemed to have forgotten what Musian had done to her in the painting before, and came to him with apology in her eyes. "What's the matter, fellow Taoist?" Yao Meng's tone was as gentle as before, but there was a hint of coldness in her green eyes. "Leave him to me first, I will be responsible for healing his injuries," Ye Kingzin said. She seemed to notice Yao Meng's cold eyes and continued, "I know that the Green Emperor has a grudge against me, but I have promised that I can make him fully recover within 2 days. 2 days. Yao Meng said faintly, "In his current condition, even if he takes the elixir, it will take at least half a month to fully recover." Does the head of the Ye family have any special means? Ye Qingxin raised her fingertips, and a small jade bottle appeared in her palm. This is the Qianyuan creation pill of the heavenly court. Only by using my secret method can the medicinal effect completely heal his body. I think the Green Emperor should know whether what I said is true. Yao Meng narrowed her eyes inadvertently and glanced at the young man beside her. She naturally knew the value of the elixir in Ye Qingxin's hand, but it was a bit beyond her expectation that the other party would use this elixir to treat Musian's injuries. Seeing that Yao Meng did not speak again, Ye Qingxin's eyes fell on Musian. My dear friend Mu, if you don't mind, come with me. His tone was much softer, and in addition to admiration, there was also a bit of apology in his eyes. Musian hesitated, and looked at Yao Meng as if asking for advice, expressing the expression of I will listen to you, my wife, which can make a woman feel satisfied. Seeing Yao Meng nodded slightly, he hesitated again, and then said reservedly. Then, thank you very much, Senior. So, they were the protagonists all along. Author, CCC. Chapter 339. For Musian, no matter it was Yeyu in the past, Gong Sunchinj, or even some people he met along the way, they could not be called his enemies at all. Although Yeyu is the chosen one and has the strength to fight beyond the level, he is still nothing more than a leek. If a leek grows tall and plump, cut it once it is fattened. If he really kills Yeyu today, on the one hand, he will offend Ye Qingxin, on the other hand, it will also make it difficult for the elders in the sect who have good relations with him, and at the same time, it will cause the fate of heaven to backfire. By leaving Yeyu behind, Ye Qingxin's opinion of him became better, and she even got a chance to contact her again. By the way, she could wipe out a wave of Yeyu's luck points to maximize his value. The heavenly way of Kyushu cannot forcibly interfere with everything in the human world. This time Yeyu was hit hard. The heavenly way must either reselect the chosen person, or give Yeyu a new life and guide him to discover some ancient ruins and nirvana. Rebirth. Judging from Yeyu's current luck, heaven should not give up on him yet. With such a treasure-hunting mouse, why should I worry about not having any natural treasures in the future? Feeling that the spiritual energy sent by Yao Mendo turned into warm currents and flowed through his body, Mu Jian had already begun to prepare the next plan. Within the hall, there were waves of commotion and whispers. Many monks secretly looked at Mu Jian from time to time. If they were still a little dissatisfied with this young monk who was eating the Qing Emperor's soft rice at the beginning, then after this battle, many of them were already dissatisfied with Mu Jian. Jian has undergone a huge change. Although the monk King Di chose was not as good as her, but with today's performance, no one among the monks present dared to say that he could win if he got up to it. What's more, this may not be the trump card of Meiji Security Department. But the leaders who knew Mu Jian somewhat were more shocked than others. In front of the immortal platform, Princess Yongning, who was wearing a gorgeous golden dress, slightly opened her red lips and her beautiful eyes were shining with color, looking at the scene in surprise. In terms of age alone, she is almost the same as Mu Jian. However, the performance of the other party today is not to mention the top genius in Kyushu, but it is definitely among the best. Pavilion Master Yan's vision is really vicious. He who is in the fourth stage of the divine refining stage can use a serious blow that is close to the realm of returning to the virtual world. His future achievements will definitely be high. At this time, Yang Gohuan couldn't help but sigh sincerely, and stared at Mu Jian meaningfully. At the same time, he glanced at the elders around him who seemed to have surprise written on their faces. He lowered his eyes slightly, a trace of unconcealable shock flashed through his eyes. Tian Huan Kung Fu, Her Majesty the Queen was indeed secretly protecting him. What on earth was that stupid disciple Yi Hao thinking at the beginning? Mu Jian was clearly taking the exam at Kanghai Peak, but he didn't win over this inner disciple at all. At this moment, the first generation leader of Kanghai Peak was already very dissatisfied with Yi Hao. If Musian was an inner disciple of Kanghai Peak, it would be the most perfect situation right now. Firstly, Musian is a natural furnace, and secondly, with the strength he has shown today, he will also achieve excellent results in this Immortal Ascension Conference. It's just a pity that it's too late to say anything now. Musian naturally didn't know what everyone was thinking. At this moment, he was feeling a spiritual energy that did not belong to him melting like a warm current and flowing through his body. "Thank you, that's enough." He spoke at the right moment, asking Yao Meng to postpone sending his spiritual energy. Now, although Yao Meng's cauldron has been recast, the spiritual energy in her cauldron has not reached fullness. After all, the spiritual energy that a powerful Hedeo realm needs to absorb is unimaginable to ordinary people. If she forcibly absorbs the spiritual energy of Kyushu for her own use, I am afraid there will be no new Hedeo in this life. However, even though there was no close contact and spiritual energy transfer like yesterday, Musian's originally weak body still felt much better. I have to say, Yao Meng's soft rice tastes really delicious. Musian was thinking about such a thing when a pleasant voice suddenly came from not far away. "Little friend Mu, take this elixir first. It will protect your cauldron and speed up the circulation of spiritual energy." Musian sensed the person coming and slowly looked up. Luo Tan, who was still in front of the immortal stage just now, had already stepped in front of the three of them with his snow-white boots. A snow-like dress made the woman look particularly elegant, and the gold thread trimmed on the edge of the dress added a bit of luxury. A small black silk calf was outlined between the skirt and knee-high boots. There was a little makeup on her face, which made her look incredibly beautiful. He held a jade bottle in his hand, which faintly smelled of medicine. "Heart-protecting pill." A look of surprise flashed in Ye Qingxin's eyes. The medicine emperor of Yuzhou obviously has nothing to do with Musian. Is it for the Qing emperor's sake? However, the relationship between Qingdi and Luo Tan should not be good enough for her to give away the elixir she refined herself. Luo Tan smiled elegantly and said, "I have seen an interesting competition. This can be regarded as a reward for the winner. Xiao Mu will not shirk it, right?" At the end of her sentence, she blinked her clear and beautiful eyes with a faint smile. Musian took the elixir with both hands and drank it. Then he reluctantly raised his hands and cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, Senior. I will never forget your kindness today." Although he didn't know what this woman wanted to do, he really needed this elixir for emergency. Because he was really weak now. If he wasn't weak enough, it would be impossible to deceive the great power of the Hedeo realm. Of course, although he was tired, he also gained Ye Qingxin's guilt and goodwill. At this time, Yao Meng suddenly said in a soft voice, "He will be handed over to you for the time being. After tomorrow, I will go to the South Bank to visit him." At the end, her beautiful eyes stared at Ye Qingxin. If girls like Bai Ruoxi and Ye Lingxian said that they would help Musian refine elixirs to speed up his recovery from injuries, Yao Meng would probably be skeptical. But Ye Qingxin, she was not worried. After all, not long ago, Ye Qingxin had just seen with her own eyes what Musian thought of her, so how could he have any thoughts about him? Ye Qingxin nodded slightly, and her expression was obviously much softer than the coldness in the past. At the same time, he glanced at the unconscious, pale Ye Yu. He could not help but sigh secretly. If he had known earlier, he should have taken action earlier, so that Musian would not become like this. Now he owed Musian a favor, no matter what, he had to heal his injuries. Unconsciously, Ye Qingxin had relaxed her vigilance against Musian. She raised her hands and made a gesture, and the long skirt interwoven with black and red danced with the cold wind. The next moment, Musian and Ye Yu were both wrapped in a mysterious red light. When Musian reacted again, what appeared in front of him was no longer the ascension platform, but a quiet room. The room was burning with sandalwood, which seemed particularly warm. Ye Qingxin had her hands behind her back, her long hair was loose, and her black and red dress wrapped her delicate body, outlining the tight and graceful curves that only a royal sister could have. The fullness of her chest supported the lapels, and the sparks made her temperament more sacred. This woman is truly stunningly beautiful, and most importantly, her breasts are comparable to Ruoxi's. Musian sighed in his heart. Friend Mu, please refine the pill first, and I will help you take the Qianyuan creation pill later. At this time, Yekingzin slightly tilted her head, and her beautiful eyes looked at Musian, whose face was pale. Musian retracted his gaze and nodded very reservedly, "Thank you, senior." Then, he looked at Yekingzin's figure, who seemed to be planning to leave for the time being, and suddenly hesitated, saying, "Senior, are you still blaming me for hurting Yayu?" Yekingzin stepped on the sexy steps, one foot just stepped over the threshold, and the footsteps paused slightly, saying, "It is inevitable that there will be casualties when cultivators fight. You have held back today because you have considered my relationship, so why should I blame you? If Musian had not held back today, even if Yayu was saved now, I am afraid that he would not be able to get out of bed in a short time, and his future cultivation would probably be greatly reduced." "That's good. If possible, I don't want to be hostile to my senior." Musian smiled with relief. Then, as if he remembered something, he took out a pill from his ring. "By the way, I have another pill here. If you don't mind, let Brother Ye take it after he wakes up. It's also a little gift from me." He raised his head and stared at Yekingzin's beautiful back, and handed the pill to her. Even though she was wary of Musian before, seeing that he returned evil with kindness, Yekingzin felt more favorable towards Musian. However, she still refused Musian, saying, "Young friend Mu, you are thoughtful, but if you hadn't held back today, yeah, you would probably not wake up in a short time, so how could I accept your pills? You should keep them for yourself." Musian shook his head gently, very weak, but showed a gentle smile. "Senior gave me the heavenly questioning lock, a pill is nothing. The value of this heavenly questioning lock is not just because it is a first-grade spirit weapon. There are many ways for Musian to defeat Yayu this time, but Musian chose the most radical way, using the heavenly questioning lock that has not yet been refined. On the one hand, he was too lazy to waste time fighting with Yayu. On the other hand, this heavenly questioning lock was given to him by Yekingzin. Warm tips: if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will handle it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding." Looking at Yekingzin finally accepting the pill, Musian finally showed a sunny smile on his face. Time passed silently, and it was night before he knew it. While Musian was still refining the pill that Luo Tan had given him before, at this moment, in another villa, Yayu had just woken up from a coma. He slowly opened his eyes, and when he saw all the layouts in the room, he gradually recalled what had happened before. He lost. And he was completely defeated by Musian head-on, and the other party even deliberately held back and did not kill him. This was not Musian's kindness, but the other party had never regarded him as an opponent from beginning to end. Recalling what happened in the previous competition, Yayu's face was extremely ugly, and even his body was trembling slightly. "Teacher, didn't you say that I was the chosen one? Why can't I even win a head-on battle with him?" Yayu roared in his heart, like a wounded beast, with bloodshot eyes. He had almost lost his mind at this moment, and it was hard for him to accept the fact that he would lose to Musian. He had clearly felt that he could defeat Musian head-on when he fought with Musian in Tianqian City before. But how long had it been? Musian had become an existence that he could not reach. Thinking back to Musian, who was as high and mighty as a god at that time, Yayu was extremely crazy and angry. "You are indeed a person with great luck, but don't forget that although Musian is not a person with great luck, there is a great power behind him, and there was also the immortal fate given by Ling long before." An old voice came from the bottom of Yayu's heart. Moreover, the difference between your realms is not big. If you fight normally, you may not lose to him. The old man comforted him, as if he hoped that you would cheer up again. Normal battle. However, after you murmured in a low voice, his eyes slowly widened a little. Yes, he had never fought with Musian normally from beginning to end, because the other party directly sacrificed the first-grade weapon spirit at that time. And that first-grade weapon spirit was given to Musian by the ancestor. If the ancestor hadn't given Musian the heaven-asking lock, I would never have lost. Recalling the arrogant look of Musian after he sacrificed the heaven-asking lock, Yu exploded all of a sudden, and he was furious. He covered his chest and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Although he was extremely weak, he still couldn't help but clench his fists. Although he had long suspected who the ancestor stood on, reason still told him that Ye Kingzin was the ancestor of the Ye family. How could he stand on Musian's side? But thinking of Musian's intimate hand holding the ancestor's delicate hand last night, and Musian's look of looking down on him today, and the heaven-asking lock in his hand at that time. At that time, Musian was just looking down at an ant. Although the brain is a good thing, the defeat today and the conversation between Ye Kingzin and Musian last night made Yu's heart completely engulfed by jealousy. Just at this moment, there was a light knock on the door outside the house. Who? Yu's tone was full of coldness. The door was pushed open, and the beautiful Ye Kingzin appeared at the door. Ancestor, what's the matter with you? Yu obviously had not yet gotten rid of his previous anger, and he poured out those cold words and negative emotions all at once. Ye Kingzin looked at Yu calmly and said calmly, although you lost today, you don't have to deny yourself. With your talent, you lost to Musian this time, but you still have a chance to win again next time. Thank you for your concern, but although I lost to Musian today, in fact, if I have to say, what I really lost was the ancestor's questioning heaven lock. When Yu said this, he felt a sense of depression in his heart, and he wanted to cut Musian into pieces. But he didn't seem to notice that after hearing Yu's words, Ye Kingzin was also a little stunned. What does Yu mean by this? Not only did he refuse to admit his defeat, but in the end he even threw the problem on her head. After all, my original intention was to stand up for Yu, and after that, Musian passed the assessment of Dongtian. Could it be that I broke my promise and didn't give Musian a first-grade spirit weapon? Moreover, Musian obviously still had many cards to play. Even without the heaven-asking lock, with Yu's character, it was impossible for him to win over Musian. Ha! Although Ye Kingzin's character had been tempered for thousands of years and rarely had big ups and downs, she was still angry at this descendant of the Ye family. No, it was not just as simple as being angry, but she was completely chilled. She walked into the room wearing delicate and small boots, wearing a red dress interwoven with black fabrics, which made her face even more beautiful. The slender figure was like a witch in the fire, but her red eyes like glass revealed great disappointment and coldness. However, even so, she still took out a delicate little jade bottle from her sleeves and placed it on the table. This is a chi-nourishing pill. After taking it, you will be cured within a week. From now on, take care of yourself. Ye Kingzin looked at Yu, and there was no emotion in her tone. Then in the next moment, the fiery red figure disappeared in the room. She did not give the elixir given by Musian to Yu. Yu's attitude was not worthy of Musian's kindness. At this moment, Ye Kingzin felt extremely disappointed, and even had the idea of why she came to the lower world. On the other side, Musian just woke up from the state of refining elixir. When he opened his eyes, he saw a fiery red figure appearing in the room. At this moment, Ye Kingzin's usual indifferent expression was gone, and her pretty face was like frost. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that she was in a very bad mood. It's easy to know that Yu said something impulsively before. Yu, who had just lost, thought of the cause of the defeat caused by the questioning heaven lock. No matter how he thought about it, Yayu would also vent his anger on his ancestors. It's too easy to guess what the psychology of a jealous person like Yayu is. Since Yayu didn't hug the legs of such a beautiful woman, I'll serve you. Musian raised his head and said, Senior is back. Why do you look not so good? He asked with concern in his tone. Yekingzin slightly collected his thoughts and said, have you refined the elixir? Musian nodded slightly and smiled, thanks to the senior, the elixir given by His Majesty Luo Tan has been refined. He said, paused slightly, puzzled, Senior, are you in a bad mood? Could it be, Senior, did you have a conflict with Yayu? Yekingzin shook his head and said, let's not talk about Yayu's affairs. Compared with this, your injury is more important. Musian frowned, before, you risked offending another great man in the Hedeo realm to stand up for your descendants. If I had such a beautiful ancestor who loved me, I would not have time to cherish her. In the end, you didn't know how to cherish her, and he hurt your heart. Friend Mu, don't mention his affairs. Let him practice on his own in the future. Yekingzin was already a little depressed. At this moment, after hearing what Musian said, he felt even more sad. But at the same time, the original chill towards Yayu also dissipated a lot, and turned into a little more touched. There are still people who can see her efforts, not everyone is like Yayu. If this person is a descendant of the Ye family, she probably won't be as chilled today as she is now. After all, Musian can understand her. And he is also a natural furnace, and a natural furnace with infinite possibilities. Senior has paid so much for Yayu, he is really too much. Musian sighed. Then, he suddenly remembered something and continued, by the way, Lingxian and Chiener often encounter difficulties in cultivation recently. If the senior is free later, you might as well go to Dexingyuan, where Sister Siyu happens to be. Yekingzin did not refuse, but lowered her eyes, as if thinking. Musian stopped talking, just staring at this beautiful ancestor of the Ye family, waiting for her answer. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, Yekingzin's crisp and calm voice also sounded softly in the room. Okay. As Yekingzin's reply fell, Musian's face also showed a bright smile. Speaking of which, I am also half a member of the Ye family. If possible, can I also ask the senior for advice on the problems in cultivation in the future? He knew that Yekingzin would not refuse him at this time. Who knew that Yekingzin inadvertently raised her eyes and stared at Musian. Then, she supported the soft bed with both hands and gently leaned close to Musian's ear. The soft and slightly charming voice that made people's hearts itch came softly in his ears. I'm afraid what you want to ask me is not just about the problem of cultivation, right? So, they were the protagonists all along. Author, CCC. Chapter 340. In a warm room. When Musian heard the voice coming from his ears that was so soft that it almost made one's bones numb, he couldn't help but raise his head slightly. At this glance, he happened to see Yekingzin's delicate face, sexy and voluptuous red lips, magnificent fiery red eyes, and the faint smile hidden deep in her eyes. Musian was stunned for a moment, and then a thought came to his mind. I'm super, am I being flirted with? It's no wonder that Musian is a little distracted. A truly peerless beauty like Yekingzin will naturally be seductive if she takes the initiative to seduce someone. But logically speaking, the progress should not be so fast. This woman is still very wary of me. How could she take the initiative to seduce me? Just as Musian thought, the next moment, Yekingzin's breathtaking eyes suddenly became cold, and then she looked away. Little friend Mu, I'm afraid you don't know something yet. Looking at the beauty in the red dress who left the table in Xiangfeng, and her graceful curves tightly outlined by the fabric, Musian wondered, what did the senior say? Yekingzin raised her hand, red light flashed in her palm, and a picture scroll quietly appeared in her palm. Looking back, he stared at Musian with his beautiful eyes, and said quietly, the cave that I created before, everything that happened in that cave will be presented in this picture. And yesterday King D and I were personally watching the assessment performance of you disciples. Musian was stunned for a moment, then his eyes slowly opened wide, and a big question mark slowly appeared on his head. When Ye Qingxin said this, her eyes fell directly on Musian. She had expected to see this big boy who had been pretending to be well behaved and obedient in front of her, look shocked at this moment, and even apologize to her with trepidation for blaspheming the Empress. Unexpectedly, after being stunned for a short time, Musian lowered his eyes slightly and sighed softly. No wonder Senior was so wary of me before. Did he see all the fantasies I had in my mind? No wonder she was so wary of me before. I was wondering if she knew what I thought about her, but she actually saw how I treated her in my fantasy. 8 times in one night, and even her clothes were torn into pieces. Which woman wouldn't be wary of Musian? It can be said that Ye Qingxin was very generous when she was able to give a first-class weapon spirit to Musian after Musian came out. At this moment, Musian felt a sense of social death filling his heart, so much so that even he couldn't bear it. But then, his mood gradually calmed down. It seems like you, Mr. Mew, have anything else to explain to you. Ye Qingxin's eyes became a little colder for a moment, like a lofty god. If he hadn't heard the woman's sultry voice with his own ears earlier, Musian would have thought that everything just now was an illusion. This woman is indeed a witch, extremely alluring. Musian had only experienced such a woman in Yao Meng. Yao Meng seems to be holy and pure on the outside, but in fact, when you really get to know her, you will know that this fairy has a dark belly hidden under that sanctity. Musian lowered his eyes slightly and said respectfully, actually, this junior doesn't feel that he is wrong in this matter. If you have to say it, this is a senior issue. Ye Qingxin raised her eyebrows slightly and looked at him calmly. Why did he start speaking like Ye Yu? I had been chilled by the unfilial descendants of the Ye family before, but now I came to Musian and heard words like this is not my problem, it all depends on you. How could I not make people angry? However, at the next moment, Musian continued, it's no exaggeration to say that the beauty of my senior is beautiful and fragrant. She is one of the most beautiful women in the world. How many people in Zhou will not be moved by her when they see her? He covered his mouth and coughed weakly a few times, then raised his tired eyes and smiled helplessly. The reason why a saint is not that he has no evil thoughts, but that he knows how to control his evil thoughts. Juniors respect their seniors, so they will hide all their inner thoughts. But in that cave, people's desires will be infinitely magnified. After all, that is the assessment content of the cave, and when that kind of desire is infinitely magnified, the admiration hidden in the heart of the junior, naturally, it's hard to stop. Musian reluctantly supported himself to stand up, holding onto the bed frame with one hand, and lowered his head slightly. If Senior has a grudge against this, Mew is willing to let Senior punish him. It's okay to step on me. The attitude was very sincere, coupled with Musian's slightly pale face at the moment, the cold sweat that broke out involuntarily just standing up, and that handsome face that was enough to attract the affection of the elder sister. All these blessings made Ye Qingxin squint her eyes slightly, and the coldness in her eyes softened a little. It can be said that Musian's answer was impeccable. On the one hand, he praised Ye Qingxin, on the other hand, he sincerely admitted his mistakes and expressed his inner admiration. Finally, he apologized to Ye Qingxin again as a junior and allowed her to be punished. I am seriously injured now. As a senior, do you have the nerve to punish me? If you don't punish me, then this matter will be over. Although the meaning of the expression is this, the way of doing it and saying it is quite comfortable. No wonder Qing Emperor loves the sun so much. Just in terms of words and deeds, he has surpassed most of the so-called pride of heaven. Ye Qingxin felt a little sigh in her heart. Sit down first. If you are injured, don't get out of bed casually. Ye Qingxin's words could be regarded as indirectly letting the matter be revealed. Thank you, Senior Ye. Muzian reluctantly sat down in front of Ruinton, looking relieved. No wonder Yao Meng's eyes and tone when he looked at me were full of ridicule. It turned out to be because the various tests I was going through in the cave at that time were actually being live broadcasted. And she didn't tell me such an important thing. I have to let her taste the stick when I get back. After taking this elixir, no matter how serious the injury is, you can fully recover within 3 days. It will also be of great benefit to your cultivation in the future. Ye Qingxin raised her hand and took out the Qianyuan creation pill from the Naja. She raised her fingertips and the pill was suspended in the air and landed lightly in front of Muzian. After you take the elixir, I will protect you and activate the secret technique to speed up your refining of the elixir. With the elixir given by Luo Tan as a foundation, you will be cured before tomorrow. Muzian's eyes flashed slightly. He raised his head and said, Senior, don't you blame me. What you said is correct. People's desires will be infinitely amplified in the cave. I can't blame you for this, Ye Qingxin replied calmly, but her tone was much softer. In any case, Muzian didn't really do anything to her. He just did some bad things to her through fantasy in that cave at that time. And that was the assessment of Dong Tian, so if you have to talk about it, you can't blame Muzian. Ye Qingxin still has a certain understanding of her own charm. In the past, not only Muzian, but also her peers and even the juniors, many people looked at her with admiration. However, among so many people who participated in the Dongtian assessment, Muzian was the first to dare to put his ideas into action. Although this courage was used in the wrong place, it cannot be called a mistake. If the heroine in Muzian's mind at that time was not her, she might still appreciate Muzian's courage. After all, there are not many people who dare to dream about suppressing the Empress, or even bullying her. Muzian glanced at Ye Qingxin's fiery red and graceful figure, and said sincerely, Thank you for your generosity, Senior. However, the fact that the junior would do that to the senior was not just because of your appearance. He continued minding his own business. When my senior went down to the world to stand up for Yeyu, I was thinking that Yeyu didn't know what else to be dissatisfied with, such a strange woman with such character as the ancestor of the Ye family. The reason why I admire my senior is more importantly his character and his gentleness towards the descendants of the Ye family. It would be great if the younger generation could have such an ancestor. Muzian sighed softly, but said nothing and stopped as soon as it was good. You are quite good at talking. No wonder you were able to coax the little girl in the white dress and the 2 descendants of my Ye family into their hearts. Ye Qingxin glanced at Muzian with a smile, and the first words he said directly revealed Muzian's thoughts. But even after knowing about Muzian's little thoughts, Ye Qingxin still didn't dislike Muzian as much as she did at the beginning, but instead liked him a little more. I have always regarded Lingxian and Qianer as my biological sisters. Senior has misunderstood. Muzian smiled gently. He raised his hand, and the pill quietly fell into his palm. By the way, does Senior know who the person inside Yeyu is? Muzian suddenly asked. The origin of the old man in Yeyu's body seemed to be very mysterious. Although Muzian knew that the old man was probably a powerful person in the Hedeo realm in the past, he had no idea about his identity. Ye Qingxin shook her head gently. I have ascended to heaven a long time ago, and I don't know much about the affairs of Kyushu. He can be so confident, probably because of the old man in his body. Muzian sighed. The future Yeyu will have an unlimited future. The indirect meaning of these words is that Ye Qingxin no longer needs to pay attention to Yeyu's affairs. He has the power of the Hedeo realm in his body, so he does not need the help of her, the ancestor of the Ye family. Ye Qingxin shook his head slowly and said, Don't mention Yeyu's matter anymore. Rather than this, Mu Xiao should take the elixir to avoid delaying the recovery of the injury. The Qianyuan good fortune pill was filled with a strong medicinal fragrance. After Muzian took it, Ye Qingxin made a secret with her right hand, and a red light filled the palm. She pointed her finger at Musian, and Musian's body was suddenly enveloped in a layer of red light. And almost at that moment, Musian's physical condition was completely included in Ye Qingxin's mind. The rich spiritual energy is like sweet poison to the female cultivator. Ye Qingxin is a ray of spiritual consciousness, and she is born with a lot of affinity for the rich spiritual energy. At this time, her heart is also affected by the spiritual energy of the furnace. Attract. This child's natural furnace is indeed special. If such a natural furnace continues to evolve in the future, Qingdi may be the first immortal to emerge. Ye Qingxin sighed secretly, and the runes in her palms condensed and enveloped Musian in all directions, allowing him to absorb the effects of the medicine faster. In a hall deep in the south bank. Warm reminder, if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will handle it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. Luo Tan was wearing a gorgeous and complicated white dress, her fingertips tapped lightly on the table, thinking about everything that had happened today. Luo Tan was thinking about Qingdi's exchange of Tiandan Huang fruit with her. With a being like Qingdi, she should have kept 1 or 2 Tiandan phoenix fruits in the past. Even if the efficacy of the medicine has been reduced with the passage of time, it is still a rare treasure of heaven and earth. In exchange for this, it is certainly worth it. But why would the other party want the dioxin pill? The effect of expanding the cauldron is quite limited, unless Emperor Qing is sure that he can expand the cauldron for someone. If it were in the past, she wouldn't have doubted it too much. However, Emperor Qing admitted in public that Musian was her Taoist companion. Now who the fairy wanted to give the Tao heart pill to, the answer was very clear. Qingdi was confident that Musian could absorb the Dao heart pill and even exert its effect. Then the problem should lie in Musian's cauldron. Boom. Luo Tan was thinking about such a thing. At this time, a thunderous sound was heard not far from the main hall, and she glanced casually. The thunder calamity of the 8th level god refining. The maid who had been standing silently next to Luo Tan said respectfully, "It should be Mr. Xiaohua's 8th level god refining thunder calamity. He showed signs of breakthrough in today's competition." Luo Tan nodded without any trace, with a bit of relief in his eyes. Xiaohua is one of the 2 geniuses who came from Yuzhou this time. Speaking of this boy, his childhood was extremely rough. When Xiaohua was young, his cousin's mother had the bones of the God King dug out of his body, but he survived by relying on his own willpower. Later, Luo Tan happened to pass by and saw his pity, so he took him back to the palace and ordered his subordinates to train him. In the end, with the help of his own efforts and pills, Xiaohua entered the god refining realm early and became a young man. A leader of his generation. Unexpectedly, he is now at the 8th level of god refining. Within a year or 2, he should be expected to become a god and return to the void. Luo Tan raised her delicate jade fingers, and a delicate jade box appeared out of thin air in her hands. Let him take this elixir after the thunder tribulation is over. Before dawn, he can completely make up for the spiritual energy damaged during the tribulation. For Yuzhou Medicine King, the most indispensable thing is elixirs. If we were to say that the richest person in the entire Zhou was the Medicine King Luo Tan. Because she is an alchemist and the most top being in the entire Zhou, even the queen of the demon realm who disdains being friends with any Hedao realm powerhouse has a much softer attitude towards Luo Tan. After all, for such an alchemist, no one knows whether she can refine heaven-grade elixirs that even the Hedao realm needs in the future. The maid responded respectfully, then took the small box, turned around and left gracefully. Under the lightning tribulation, a young man in white robe vomited blood and fell rapidly from the thunder tribulation. Boom! Countless dust was raised from the ground, and the young man lay on his back, coughing violently. "Xiaohua, are you okay?" The maid had just arrived here with her sword, and when she saw this scene, she hurriedly stepped forward and asked. Damn it, he died in this way. I will never be able to rest in peace. Xiao Hua let out an unwilling growl and clutched his chest tightly. Then after a while, he was stunned again and subconsciously touched his body. My body is still there? I'm actually still alive. But, what is this place? Where is I? As Xiao Hua slowly opened his eyes and looked at this strange environment, he couldn't help but murmured in a low voice. Xiao Hua, aren't you stunned by the thunderstorm? The maid bent down and looked at him, a trace of doubt flashing in her eyes. However, Xiao Hua seemed not to hear the maid's call, and just murmured, Jizhu, Hedeo realm. So that's it, I actually took away the original owner of this body and regained my life. He was really a weak body, and he actually died under the lightning tribulation of the 8th level God Refiner. It seemed that the bones of the God King were taken away when he was young, and the impact of consuming too much spiritual energy in yesterday's competition? Xiao Hua secretly shook his head, secretly disgusted with the weakness of this body. He is not from Kyushu, but from an ancient planet in this universe. And he used to be one of the rulers of that planet. Although they were plotted against, even those people probably didn't expect that not only did they not die, but they were reborn, right? Although he has to start over, his current state in life corresponds to the Enlightenment powerhouse in Kyushu. With past cultivation experience, it is only a matter of time before I want to stand firm in the world again in the future. For this reason, the 3 Emperor-level medicinal materials for this Immortal Ascension Conference must be obtained. As long as you can realize Taoism as soon as possible or even become a Taoist, I will realize it for you and accept her as your Taoist companion, the Empress of Yuzhou who single-handedly brought you up, that you once secretly admired. You can die in peace. Xiao Hua clenched his fists, but a confident smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Xiao Hua, what are you doing alone? I'm asking you something. His Majesty asked me to give you this elixir. The maid handed the jade box in her hand to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua glanced casually, with a look of arrogance in his eyes, and looked at the maid several times. This maid seemed to be regarded as a sister by the original master, but did he also secretly admire her? Boring, even the maid secretly admired her, the original master really wanted everything. However, this maid does look pretty. Well, after this Ascension Conference, there will be the alchemy competition. By then, he can shine in the alchemy competition and surprise everyone. If he attracts the attention of the Yuzhou Empress, it can be regarded as a good story. He was adopted by the Lutan Empress when he was young, and became her Taoist partner when he grew up. Thinking about it this way, it's not bad. In the early morning, Musian slowly opened his eyes, and the unprecedented weakness in his body was no longer there. Even the spiritual energy that had fallen to the 3rd level of the soul refining had increased a lot. At the current speed, after the Ascension Conference, I think he can return to the 4th level of the soul refining. Ye Qingxin was not seen in the house. She was probably tired after activating the secret method, so she went back to meditate and practice. After all, Ye Qingxin only sent down a wisp of spiritual consciousness in the lower world, which could not be compared with her original body. Huh? When did Sister Mengru come? Musian turned his head slightly and saw Wei Mengru, who had hidden her own breath at some point and was standing by the soft couch, meditating with her eyes closed. Her beautiful yellow dress was particularly eye-catching under the dim candlelight, but if Musian did not have a pseudo-physique of a natural spiritual body, he would probably not have noticed Wei Mengru's existence. Under the skirt, Wei Mengru's jade legs were wrapped in white silk stockings that reached the base of her thighs, tightly wrapped around her round and beautiful legs, and the other jade leg was wrapped in translucent black stockings, which was unique. I just heard that you were injured, so I came to see you, Wei Mengru said coldly. You said that, but you're actually worried about me, right? Musian smiled and revealed the true feelings behind Wei Mengru's cold face, but his eyes wandered over her body. Wei Mengru wanted to deny it, but when she saw the young master hooking his finger at her, she couldn't help but curl her lips, but still walked to the soft couch, slightly tilted her legs, and pressed her buttocks on the couch. "Don't worry, it's all right now. The effect of Qianyuan creation pill is really good," Musian comforted. "Where did Senior Ye go?" he asked again. "In the next room, meditating and absorbing spiritual energy," Wei Mengru replied. "It seems that it's the same as I guessed. After her spiritual consciousness activated the secret method for me, does she need to absorb spiritual energy to maintain her body?" Musian was thoughtful, and his right hand was placed on Wei Mengru's beautiful legs intentionally or unintentionally, enjoying the soft touch of silk. Wei Mengru's cold and delicate face was stained with a faint blush. She secretly glanced at Musian with resentment. Seeing that her young master looked like nothing happened, she couldn't help but slightly close her beautiful legs and buried her head, but she didn't stop. Huh. While enjoying the softness of the maid's body, Musian suddenly felt the abnormality of the personal interface. He raised his fingertips and clicked it, taking a casual look. The originally pink love frame seemed to be stained with a light black mark. He remembered this black mark, because in the past, when the role positioning displayed in the personal interface was still a supporting role, the border above was such a black mark. Zhou Tiandao cannot forcibly interfere in the human world, but it can choose the spokesperson of God. It seems that after what happened last night, Ye Yu questioned Ye Qingxin because of Wenchenshuo, which also made the ancestor of the Ye family feel cold towards Ye Yu. Has the heavenly Dao begun to gradually give up Ye Yu and choose other people chosen by heaven? Wei Mengru held the hem of her skirt tightly with both hands, nestling in Musian's arms. After being teased by Musian for a while, the maid at this moment no longer looked as cold as she did when she was outside. She looked up at the personal interface, then looked up again and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." He gently kneaded Wei Mengru's slender waist, lowered his head and kissed her on the cheek, glanced at the personal interface, and smiled. "It's just one more leak. You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment." So, they were the protagonists all along. Author, CCC. Chapter 341. The so-called Chosen One is like a fattened leek to Musian now. If he had been in Tianqian City in the past, he might have paid more attention to it and even regarded this new Chosen One as his opponent. But now, Sister Kingdi's soft rice has hit the mark. Although there was almost a fire in the backyard, people in Kyushu knew that behind Musian was not only the Lianji sect, but also the Empress of the Hedao realm as his Taoist companion. Nowadays, most of the ancient families are eager to go to Musian and board this big ship. Regardless of whether you are the chosen one or something, no matter how lucky you are, if you are deliberately targeted, what kind of trouble can you make? Thinking about it carefully, it seems that when I became the heroine, I really went further and further down the path of villain. Get to know many ancient aristocratic families, have people deal with the chosen son, and then the chosen son keeps slapping him in the face, making breakthroughs. Isn't he a perfect template for a villain? However, Musian is not the kind of person with high ambitions and low intentions, and it is impossible to really let the chosen one grow up. He did not directly deal with these so-called chosen sons chosen by heaven, but just for the sake of convenience and draining their remaining value. This is true for Ye Yu and other chosen sons. I just don't know when it will take Ye Qingxin to understand my sincerity. When Musian thought of the Ye family ancestor who was wearing a black and red dress and had a gorgeous face, his heart couldn't help but sway slightly. Are you thinking about other women? Wei Mengru suddenly raised her eyes inadvertently, and when she saw Musian's expression, a hint of displeasure flashed in her eyes, and a cold voice came. Musian put his arms around Wei Mengru's slender waist, held her in his arms, and walked casually along her waist. He smiled softly and said, I was just wondering when I can have sex with Sister Mengru after the Immortal Ascension Conference is stringent. That simple sentence made Wei Mengru blush and gave Musian a look of disgust. However, the disdain of the maid is undoubtedly a reward for most men. At least at this moment, Musian was much more excited than before. "What is Cici?" Wei Mengru asked, not understanding what he said. Musian sniffed Wei Mengru's unique fragrance from her body even more intimately, and said leisurely, "The so-called Cici means that you and I know everything. To put it more bluntly, it is." He lowered his head and whispered something into Wei Mengru's ear. Wei Mengru's pretty face suddenly turned red, but she said calmly with a teaching tone, "Why are you always thinking about this kind of thing all day long? Can't you just concentrate on your cultivation? Sister Mengru will protect me anyway, right?" Musian not only did not restrain himself, but his right hand became more and more unscrupulous. "Of course, can you be more restrained? This is not your private garden." Sensing the young master's increasingly unscrupulous movements, Wei Mengru's delicate body felt a little hot, but she still pressed her lips tightly and held back. Although he was a little embarrassed, he was still injured at the moment, and it would be troublesome if it affected his wound. "Does this mean it can be done after we return?" Musian leaned into Wei Mengru's ear and whispered. Under Musian's soft voice lingering in her ears, Wei Mengru's cold face revealed two charming blushes, and her eyes became even more moist. No matter how aloof she usually is, she is still shy now. "Sister Mengru is really cute." A faint smile appeared in Musian's eyes, and his hands gently rubbed her beautiful legs intentionally or unintentionally. Silk and the soft feel of beautiful legs are simply the most beautiful things in the world. Tomorrow, the top 6 places for the Immortal Ascension Conference will be decided. I'm afraid that's the end of it. Then we'll have to look at Sister Mengru. Musian stopped teasing her when he saw the opportunity, and did not continue teasing her, lest Wei Mengru become angry out of humiliation. As for his own competition tomorrow, being able to reach this level with the 3rd level of God refining has almost reached the limit. His injury has not healed. Even if the spiritual energy can be fully restored this morning, the injury will still take some time to heal. In the next competition, it will be very difficult to continue to win, unless you encounter someone other than those protagonists. "Do you just trust me so much?" Wei Mengru glanced at the young master slightly. Although her face was burning, she still kept her tone calm. But the seemingly calm tone was mixed with a little vibrato and a hint of shame hidden in the voice. Musian looked back at her and said with a smile, "When did I never believe you?" After all, Wei Mengru knew about his previous visit to the Jiaofang division. She probably even knew how many times Musian could fight in a night, and even what special interests the maid had. Wei Mengru gently pressed Musian's right hand, which was still planning to penetrate her body, and sighed softly. "I think you'd better be prepared to get married. I'm not sure about the Immortal Ascension Conference this time. If it were an ordinary competition, whether she was facing Bai Ruoxi, Ye Lingxian or others, she would be confident enough to win. But this time is different. Even Sister Mengru has no confidence." This time, even Musian was a little surprised. It is indeed rare for the cold-hearted Sister Mengru to say this. If it was an ordinary Ascension Conference, it would be fine, but this time, the leader of Lianji sect used you as bait to fish out your senior sister in order to ensure the final direction of the Ascension Conference. Wei Mengru glanced at Musian's right hand, which was already on her white silk legs again. Her tone was mixed with unnatural trembling voice, and she whispered, "I'm talking to you about business." "I'm also doing business now," Musian answered seriously. Then, he noticed that Wei Mengru gave him a big eye roll, but he didn't care, and continued, "Is senior sister Lan really that powerful? Lan Murian's strength is far beyond your perception of her." Wei Mengru's tone was a little more serious. If a person in the refining spirit realm comprehends a trace of Taoism, he can barely fight with the return to void realm. However, That was just barely. Is senior sister so powerful? Musian thought about it, and felt the completely different softness of black and white silk. He knew that the heavenly Fate Saint body had extraordinary physical abilities, but Lan Murian was the first person to be evaluated in this way by Sister Mengru. But it doesn't matter. Even if senior sister wins the Ascension Conference, it is actually a good result. After all, there is still a layer of window paper between him and Lan Murian that has not been broken. With the arrogant nature of that senior sister, as long as he doesn't break it, Lan Murian will not break it either. This means that even if Lan Murian wins, she will not do anything to him. You were still worried about your future before, but now you are not worried at all, Wei Mengru couldn't help asking. When he saw that the additional reward proposed by the sect master was himself, the young master was still frowning at that time, but now he seems to have seen it through. Musian smiled indifferently. Anyway, I can't change anything now, so I might as well enjoy it first. At this point in the Ascension Conference, he personally could no longer change the situation. I hope you will have the same attitude towards your future practice. Wei Mengru glanced at the young master's bad look, with contempt in her tone. Sister Mengru, sometimes you still have to be a little gentle to please others. Musian made appropriate suggestions. Wei Mengru glanced at her young master with a look of disdain, her rosy lips slightly opened, and was about to speak. However, before she could speak, Musian suddenly pinched her thigh lightly, and then, before Wei Mengru could react, he gently kissed her lips. Wei Mengru's eyes widened slightly, and she fell on the soft couch behind her. Her slender hand subconsciously grabbed Musian's shoulders, as if she wanted to push him away, but the strength of her body seemed to be taken away by something bit by bit, and she completely lost her strength. Boom! A thunderbolt sounded in the distance, and Wei Mengru suddenly woke up and opened her eyes. Musian frowned, and was disturbed by someone, so he was naturally in a bad mood. He removed his hand from Wei Mengru's waist, then got up and walked to the door of the room, gently pushed it open, and looked at a certain direction on the south bank. Under the sky in that direction, the calamity clouds were dispersing. And the previous thunder was the last thunder before the thunder calamity dissipated. Should someone have just finished the calamity, Musian whispered to himself. But it happened to be at the critical moment when the heavenly Dao chose a new chosen son, which was too coincidental. But if I remember correctly, that direction should be the hall where Empress Luotan lives. Could it be that the chosen son is among the people brought by Yuzhou? Musian was thinking. Wei Mengru suddenly reminded him softly, I won't disturb your meditation, you should meditate and recuperate before dawn. Sister Mengru, are you going back to the villa? Is it okay to meditate here? Musian wanted to keep the maid. Will you let me meditate in peace if I stay here? Wei Mengru glanced at Musian lightly, obviously not trusting her young master. And in her current state, if she stayed with Musian, she would find it difficult to calm down. Sister Mengru really understands me. Musian raised his hand and gently touched Wei Mengru's hair. Looking at her fluttering yellow skirt, he couldn't help but reveal a gentle smile on his face, but his voice was full of helplessness. If it weren't for the wrong occasion here, he would have wanted to suppress Wei Mengru before dawn. But now it is a special situation. Although Yekingzin is now meditating in the hall next to her, she may come at any time. If she opens the door and sees an embarrassing scene in the middle of the process, it makes people's scalp numb just thinking about it. He didn't use his lower body to think. After watching Wei Mengru disappear from his sight, Musian was about to turn around and return to the house to continue resting. His spiritual energy has recovered now, but his body is still very weak and he needs to rest for a while. As for the Ascension Conference, this time, Yayu's luck has been suppressed, and the remaining competitions will be left to the protagonists to compete. Just when Musian was about to turn around and go back to his room, his natural spirit suddenly caught a trace of spiritual energy that did not belong to him and Yekingzin. Musian was slightly stunned, then, with a hint of interest in his eyes, he turned his head and looked in a certain direction. That was the hall where Yekingzin was meditating at the moment. At this moment, in a hall, Yekingzin was sitting on a lotus pond, absorbing the spiritual energy between heaven and earth for her own use. Her expression was calm, but if you look more carefully, it is not difficult to see that the ancestor of the Ye family seems to be a little worried at the moment. Under normal circumstances, a ray of spiritual consciousness in the Hedeo realm can stay in the human world for a long time if it does not fight with others. However, in order to activate the secret method to heal Musian's injury, she had consumed a large amount of spiritual energy. If she did not absorb more spiritual energy from heaven and earth at this moment, it would be difficult for this spiritual consciousness to maintain its form. However, even so, Yekingzin was not focusing on meditating at this time, but was thinking about everything that happened today. If Musian hadn't mentioned Yeqian, Ye Lingxian and others later, Yekingzin would probably be in a very bad mood by now. Ye Yu is one of the heirs of the Ye family and one of the most talented geniuses in the Ye family. As the ancestor of the Ye family, it is difficult not to feel chilled after hearing what Ye Yu said. However, although she was chilled by Ye Yu's various performances, she didn't have too many negative emotions. The person who really made Yeqing feel depressed was actually Musian. The better Musian's performance is, the more obvious the comparison with Ye Yu will be, and this comparison is what is really depressing. Who disturbed me? Yekingzin suddenly spoke in a calm tone, having already caught someone stepping into the hall. As Yekingzin finished speaking, the person who had been hiding by the door of the main hall quietly walked out. Ancestors. The person who spoke was not handsome, but he could be said to be delicate. His face was pale, and the black robe made him look even more weak and embarrassed. His eyes were even bloodshot. Obviously, Ye Yu had not had a good rest since Yekingzin left last night. When he saw the woman in red dress meditating on the lotus, his eyes suddenly became excited. What's the matter? Yekingzin did not open her eyes. After Ye Yu's words last night, she had decided not to pay attention to this descendant of the Ye family from now on. A descendant of the Ye family has far less respect for her than Musian, an outsider. Now that I think about it, it's really ridiculous. Yekingzin recalled Ye Yu's attitude last night as if everything was her fault and he even vented his anger casually. She frowned inadvertently and no longer wanted to have any interaction with Ye Yu. But obviously, Ye Yu didn't notice this small detail. Last night, after he took the elixir and managed to heal the wounds on his body, he gradually calmed down under the guidance of his teacher. After calming down, he realized what a stupid thing he had done. That is a powerful person in the Hedeo realm. Moreover, she is also the ancestor of the Ye family. Even the elders of her own Ye family have to respectfully call her ancestor when they see her. And last night, he actually directed all his negative emotions towards Yekingzin. Moreover, Musian already had some evil thoughts towards his ancestors. If the other party had taken advantage of it last night. Although the ancestor is a powerful man, Musian is best at sweet words. If the ancestor is coaxed to be happy, something even more intimate than holding hands that day will happen. Just thinking about it made Ye Yu impatient. After adjusting his spiritual energy early in the morning, he hurriedly used the teacher's spiritual sense to capture and find the hall where his ancestors meditated. Fortunately, the ancestor is the only one in this hall, so everything can be undone in time. Ancestor, what happened last night was my fault, but that was only because I lost to Musian, and he happened to be using Wenchen lock, so. Ye Yu apologized with a sincere tone. His teacher said last night that there was not much difference in strength between him and Musian, with Musian slightly better. Asking Tianchuo is not the key is that he was angered by Musian and lost his mind, so that he made frequent mistakes. After giving Yekingzin a chill last night, Yayu was also suffering in his heart, otherwise he would not have asked the teacher to rely on him early in the morning to find Ye Qingxin's whereabouts. The past is the past. Do you have anything else to do? Yayu was stunned, obviously not expecting that Ye Qingxin's attitude had become so cold. He stepped forward and said, "Ancestor, please go back with me. I already know my problem," he said, wanting to get closer. He is a descendant of the Ye family and the most talented person in the Ye family. He can also restore the Ye family after being trained by his ancestors. But if she stayed here, she might not know when Musian would take advantage of her. However, as soon as Yayu took a step closer, a formation lit up under his feet, stopping him from moving forward. Ye Qingxin slowly opened her eyes, with a cold look in her eyes. "I'm tired, please go back first." Her expression was very calm, and she no longer had the care and concern of the elders that she used to treat the descendants of the Ye family in the past. Yayu seemed to want to say something else, but at this moment, the old voice in his heart sighed softly and reminded him at the right time, "What you did last night chilled your ancestors' hearts. Now that you have apologized, just go back and recuperate first. You are a descendant of the Ye family. After this apology, she will forgive you. However, I'm afraid I won't take care of him like I did in the past." The old man didn't say this out loud, but sighed secretly in his heart. Although Musian was the reason why a good hand of cards turned out so well, in the final analysis, it was still a matter of Yayu's character. Because of this arrogant character, Musian was pinched by Musian. I'm afraid Musian had already anticipated what Yayu would do next. When Yayu heard this, he was still a little unwilling. He opened his mouth slightly several times, as if he wanted to say something. But when she saw Ye Qingxin's cold expression, she finally gritted her teeth, turned around and left the palace door. Musian. But just after entering the palace, Yayu's expression changed slightly soon. No matter how you say it, he is the proud son of heaven and the choice of heaven. His spiritual consciousness is naturally powerful. Stepping out of the hall at this moment, Yayu saw a young man with a gentle and sunny temperament outside the hall door. "Why are you here?" Yayu stared at Musian closely. His emotions were very excited, and there was uncontrollable hatred hidden in his eyes. After all, yesterday he was stepped on by Musian in front of everyone, and now that the other party appeared in front of the ancestors, it was naturally concerning. "Brother Ye, are you feeling better?" Musian asked with a gentle smile as if nothing was wrong. Yayu sneered, "At least better than you." Although he looked extremely weak at this time, there was strong anger burning in his eyes. Yesterday, Musian urged Wenchunsuo, and because he was worried about the existence of his ancestors, he forcibly transferred the power of Wenchunsuo, which hurt the origin. Although he is injured now, Musian's injury is probably more serious than him. "Brother Ye, this doesn't have to be the case between you and me. I think Senior Ye doesn't want to see you and me like this." Musian was embarrassed. Yayu sneered again and was about to speak. At this time, a calm and sweet voice suddenly came from the main hall, interrupting the tense atmosphere between the two. "Little friend Mu, if you have anything to do, come in and tell me." The moment the words fell, Musian withdrew his gaze, ignored Yayu, and walked into the hall. And this scene also made Yayu feel more and more uneasy, and he couldn't help but have random thoughts in his mind. Thinking about it carefully, Musian should have been injured more seriously than him, but it seemed like he had almost completely recovered from his injuries just now. Combined with Ye Qingxin's cold words when talking to him just now, coupled with the soft tone when talking to Musian now, Yayu's head buzzed. He slowly took 2 steps back, and various scenes in the hall came into his view. At this moment, Musian had walked to the lotus pond, lowering his head and chatting with Ye Qingxin. "Senior, I really troubled you last night. It's a pity that someone in my cauldron is currently nourishing the soul. Otherwise, if you directly entered my cauldron, the speed of warming up the spiritual consciousness would be much faster, Musian sincerely said in a tone of voice. With a physique like yours, it's not surprising that you would attract some remnant souls, but remember to understand the origin and purpose of the other party, and don't be deceived by someone with intentions. Ye Qingxin showed a faint smile, and her soft tone was completely opposite to the cold expression before. This scene also made Ye Yu's wounds that had just healed almost burst with anger, and his chest was full of anger. The ancestor kept saying it was for him, but yesterday he was injured by Musian, and today the ancestor is sitting so intimately with his enemy. How can this behavior not make people angry? At this time, Musian suddenly stretched out his hand and gently placed it on Ye Qingxin's wrist, as if feeling the spiritual energy flowing in her body, and said with concern, "Senior's spiritual energy seems to be much weaker than yesterday. Is it really okay?" Ye Qingxin smiled lightly and said, "Why does Mu Xiao care so much about me? Even if a ray of spiritual consciousness is really gone, it is gone and it is not a big deal." The two seemed to be talking and laughing, and Ye Qingxin did not reprimand Musian for his rude behavior, because she could feel that the heavenly spiritual energy in Musian's natural furnace was slowly being sent to her body. Inside. Although it wasn't much, it was still a kind gesture from the junior, and she naturally wouldn't refuse it. Rather, Musian's heavenly aura, after being refined by the natural furnace, seems to be much richer than the aura in heaven. The potential of Musian's natural furnace is simply immeasurable. Ye Yu looked at the scene and his face suddenly turned green. This bitch. At this moment, the anger in his mind completely swallowed up his reason, and Ye Yu almost gritted his teeth and said these words. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became quiet, and the sound reached the ears of the two people almost clearly. Ye Qingxin lowered her eyes slightly and didn't want to pay attention. Boom. However, the moment the words fell, Musian raised his hand and shot it out from the air, hitting Ye Yu directly, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and fall out of the hall. Not to mention that the injury has not yet recovered. Even if the injury has recovered, Ye Yu today is still impossible to be Musian's opponent. You have no elders. You even dare to insult your own ancestors. Do you still deserve to be called a human being? Musian looked at Ye Yu coldly, but his expression was extremely calm. Ye Yu clutched his chest tightly, but felt extremely wronged in his heart, and growled, "Musian, this is the Lianji sect, and you attack the disciples of the sect for no reason. Do you know what the consequences will be?" His heart was full of humiliation, and his eyes almost burst out with flames. If he hadn't been injured, Ye Yu would have wanted to go directly to Musian to fight for his life. Musian looked at Ye Yu coldly and said, "You are supposed to have an ancestor who dotes on his descendants, but you don't know how to cherish it, and you even question her collusion with me. I can tell you clearly that I used Wenchunsuo to defeat you because I simply didn't want to waste time on you. Even without Wenchunsuo, you can't be my opponent. You think your talent is extremely high, but why is Qian'er's talent not so good? Isn't she a descendant of the Ye family? But Senior Ye still chose you at the beginning. Do you think she has any benefits for you? The reason why your injury healed so quickly is probably because she helped you. But it turned out that you were not grateful. Instead of being grateful, you actually verbally abused you. Not to mention attacking you. So what if I killed you? You can go to the law enforcement hall to file a complaint, but I will not regret what I did today." Ye Yu was extremely embarrassed, stood up slowly, covered his chest and stared at Musian, saying in a cold voice, "Stop talking about this, Musian. Do you dare to say that you didn't fall in love with her when you approached my ancestor?" Musian chuckled softly, pondering Ye Yu's words. Then, he suddenly asked, "Then you dare to say that you have no thoughts about your ancestors between men and women?" At the end of the sentence, Muse Haijing stared at Ye Yu quietly. "From the time you met your ancestor, I'm afraid you have regarded her as your forbidden love, so you don't allow others to get close to her, right?" Musian continued, you dare to lose your temper with your ancestors because you already have the support of your own teacher in your body. You don't have to worry even if you lose the blessing of your ancestors, right? Musian only knows what people like Yayu are thinking. After all, when he was in Tianqian City in the past, Yayu had similar thoughts. On the one hand, he had little contact with his two sisters, and on the other hand, he did not want them to have any contact with other members of the opposite sex. As for what Musian thinks about Ye Qingxin, I'm afraid Ye Qingxin knows it, so why does he need Yayu to sow discord? I just covet the bodies of your ancestors, I admitted frankly. Do you, Yayu, dare to admit that you covet the body of your ancestor? Ye Qingxin was afraid that he would just shoot you, this unscrupulous descendant, to death on the spot. Sensing the cold gaze cast by Ye Qingxin, Yayu's eyes flashed with panic, his face turned extremely pale, and he roared, Musian, you are such a mouthful. I have never had any thoughts about my ancestors, don't even think about it. To sow discord between me and my ancestors. Musian's words were simply heartbreaking. Especially Musian's last sentence, which he already relied on to have such an attitude towards his ancestor, went straight to Yayu's heart. Although he had never thought about it this way, similar thoughts did come up in his subconscious. Because there is the blessing of the teacher in his body, and the ancestor is just a ray of spiritual consciousness, so even if the ancestor leaves him, he still has the blessing of the teacher. It can be said that Musian's words revealed Yayu's truest thoughts deep in his heart. How could he not make people panic and angry? Even though Musian's words were exaggerated, Yayu at this moment was unable to defend himself. That's enough. You will have nothing to do with me from now on. You can go. Ye Qingxin slowly shook her head and spoke in an indifferent tone. If she was just cold-hearted towards Yayu last night but still thought about the descendants of the Ye family, then today Musian's words and Yayu's various reactions made her completely disappointed in Yayu. Ancestor. Yayu raised his head suddenly and wanted to say something else. However, Ye Qingxin was obviously in no mood to pay attention. With a wave of his sleeves, Yayu disappeared into the hall. Looking at the empty hall, Ye Qingxin was silent for a long time, wondering what she was thinking. At this time, Musian glanced at Ye Qingxin's fiery red figure. Her skin was like cream, her figure was tall and curvy, and her face was even more beautiful. But at this time, there was no expression on his face. Musian boldly stretched out his right hand and gently placed it on the back of Ye Qingxin's cool and soft hand. This can transfer part of the spiritual energy of the natural furnace. Although it is not much, it is still a blessing from this junior. If the Tian furnace cauldron wants to transfer spiritual energy, it requires at least physical contact. The more intimate the behavior, the greater the spiritual energy that can be transferred. To the extent of holding hands, the amount of spiritual energy that can be transferred is limited. But for Musian, it was just a reason to get in touch with Ye Qingxin and appease the beauty. Ye Qingxin glanced at Musian, but did not break away, but said quietly. Little friend Mu, do you think there is something wrong with my teaching method? Yayu's mind is like this. It's fine under normal circumstances, but it's completely unreasonable once he's angered. Musian shook his head and smiled, I think Yayu is too impulsive and is easily jealous of others. He saw me chatting with seniors earlier, so he was probably jealous of me. It's my fault that he didn't look forward to the occasion and came to see you. This matter has nothing to do with you, you don't have to worry about it. Ye Qingxin shook her head gently. She felt Musian's heavenly aura slowly nourishing her spiritual consciousness, and then her eyes fell on Musian's body. It was indeed not an illusion just now, the heavenly aura after being purified by the Tian furnace was actually much richer than the original heavenly aura. Ye Qingxin lowered her eyes slightly, but sighed softly in her heart. This Qing Emperor's vision is really vicious. If he is trained to the state of enlightenment in the future, the natural furnace will probably gain a lot in terms of the power of Hedeo. And there is love and justice, even to her, an outsider, Musian's attitude is so sincere. And during those days when Yeyu was with her, did Yeyu ever take care of her ancestors' feelings? Thinking of this, Yekingzin slightly turned her eyes and looked at Musian. In those enchanting red eyes, there was a hint of meaning. So, they were the protagonists all along. Author, CCC. Chapter 342. There is no doubt that after yesterday's competition, Musian's matter naturally spread within the sect. After all, he is King Di's Taoist companion, so whatever he does will attract people's attention. Even with the help of some caring people, many forces in Dongzhou are interested in Musian. You must know that the first-grade weapon spirit given by Yekingzin is a rare holy object equivalent to the ancestral weapon in the Holy Land. It is impossible to refine such a holy object in just a few days. But under such circumstances, Musian was able to use the Wenchen lock to suppress his fellow monks during the competition. This fact made many people find it difficult to accept and were extremely surprised. The most important thing is that he is King Di's Taoist companion. As soon as this matter spread, it can be said that the entire Dongzhou was in a state of excitement in the past few days. Even those old monsters who were used to seeing all kinds of big scenes in the Holy Land and were in retreat were shocked when they heard the news. Even leaving aside Musian's strength and Wenchenshuo and other matters, the news about King Di and Musian's Taoist couple is enough to shock people. What kind of existence is the Qing Emperor of the Yaokai Holy Land? That was the empress who had joined the Tao thousands of years ago and stood tall in the world. Even the first-generation demon emperor was suppressed by her ruthless person. She had become a Taoist couple with a monk in the god-refining realm. The news caused a sensation far beyond people's imagination. Some forces sent spies last night to go to the Lianji sect to find out the truth of the news during the Immortal Ascension Conference. But there was no movement in the Yaokai Holy Land. After all, Mu Jian and Qing Emperor were in the palace every day and night, and some elders of the Yaokai Holy Land had already vaguely guessed the fact. The Queen Mother of Yaokai even sighed secretly. She was the first person to guess this. At that time, Qing Emperor had already vaguely warned her not to take advantage of Musian's ideas. After all, when choosing a Taoist companion, having a physique like the natural furnace cauldron is a huge bonus for most female cultivators. On the south bank, Shengxian Terrace. Today, there are actually more monks gathered in front of the Ascension platform than yesterday. Elders and spies from many forces gathered here. After seeing Musian's performance yesterday and his relationship with King Di, many people with keen minds have already had the idea of making friends with him. If the leader of Lianji sect had not come forward, many people would have gone to Tianhe Garden to meet the young adult. However, even if the leader came forward to suppress the matter, they still couldn't handle the large number of people. Although these people will not rush to Tianhe Garden to disturb him, Musian will also participate in the Immortal Ascension Conference today, and this is the best time for them to see Musian or even contact him. For a time, all forces and countless eyes were staring at the Immortal Ascension Conference, and the entire South Bank became turbulent. Because of everything that has happened in the past few days, the heat has already been pushed to the highest peak before today's competition has even begun. On the other side, Musian, after regulating the disordered spiritual energy, was escorted by Yekingzin to the Shengxian platform on the South Bank. It's really interesting that a mere god-refining realm can be noticed by countless forces and even become a fragrant steamed bun. The one he defeated yesterday was just a third-level god-refining monk. But my luck is really good. I was lucky enough to save the great master of Hedeo, and even became a Taoist companion with him. Among the crowd under the immortal stage, a young man with a delicate face and a slightly pale face couldn't help but secretly sneered disdainfully while listening to the conversation among the people around him. This person is Xiao Hua, a student of Yuzhou Academy and the chosen son. After yesterday's treatment, he has fully recovered from the injuries caused by the thunderstorm yesterday. Even because of his powerful spiritual consciousness, he has now completely consolidated the realm of the 8th level of divine refining. In addition, Xiao Hua also obtained a Thunder Tribulation marrow cleansing pill during the Thunder Tribulation. It can be said that since occupying this body, Xiao Hua has been receiving immortal fate continuously. It can be said that it is destiny and many fortunes have been added to it. Musian has been on the forefront of the limelight recently. He is really famous. At this time, a pleasant voice suddenly came from beside Xiao Hua. The maid beside Luo Tan stood quietly not far from him. She was looking up at the heads of the Ascension platform, as well as His Majesty Luo Tan and Qing Emperor who were already seated. She couldn't help but sigh softly. It is not him who is famous, but the various forces behind him. Just defeating a genius of the 3rd level of God refining will not cause such a big reaction, Xiao Hua said with an indifferent look. The maid glanced at Xiao Hua inadvertently and reminded, His Majesty Luo Tan seems to be very interested in Musian. Although you are practicing the 8th level of God now, you should not antagonize him, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. She didn't know why, but she always felt that Xiao Hua had undergone earth-shaking changes since yesterday. In the past, the God King's bones were taken away, which also caused Xiao Hua's body and spiritual consciousness to be innately weak, and he was also not suitable for alchemy. However, Xiao Hua refined a 6th grade elixir last night, and his spiritual consciousness was unprecedentedly powerful, which is really unbelievable. I have a sense of discretion in this matter. No matter how talented the person named Musian is, I will definitely not take the initiative to offend him, Xiao Hua said. At least it's not necessary now. After all, even though he is an 8th level God refiner, he is still not enough in front of Qing Emperor. Like some other fellow cultivators, even Xiao Hua, who had been reborn once, was somewhat jealous of Musian's experience. He had already become a Taoist partner with the Green Emperor before returning to the void. How many detours could he avoid in the future? Even if Musian did not need to refine his spirit and return to the void in the future, the Green Emperor would find ways to increase his Taoist partner's lifespan. Under the current circumstances, it was naturally impossible for him to offend Musian. Unless, the Green Emperor gave up Musian in the future. Or, his strength continued to improve. Xiao Hua glanced at a fragment of the map in his hand inadvertently. This was a relic he found in a corner of a cave outside the hall yesterday, suspected to be left behind by a great man. It goes without saying that there must be extremely valuable treasures in this relic. And this was a step for him to improve his strength. With the experience of his previous life, it was easy to improve his strength as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua casually swept his eyes over the young generation of the Ascension Conference one by one. Then, his eyes suddenly fixed on a woman in a grey robe in the crowd. This is a tall beauty with a beautiful appearance and a well-proportioned body. Her hair is scattered on her back. Although she wears loose and simple clothes, she can't hide her proud figure. Since she stood under the Ascension platform, she has attracted a lot of attention. Xiao Shuixian, this woman is the culprit who took away the original owner's God King bone in the past, causing Xiao Hua to be ridiculed as a waste in the past. Of course, this is just the original owner's own idea. According to Xiao Hua's memory, his God King bone was taken away by Xiao Shuixian's stepmother, and Xiao Shuixian didn't know about it in the past. Even when the original owner was ridiculed and despised, Xiao Shuixian was still helping in the middle, otherwise the original owner might be bullied even more miserably. Xiao Hua hesitated for a moment, and finally gave up the idea of going up to say hello temporarily. Now is not the time, he still has a competition today, and he will find an opportunity to contact him after the competition. Whether it's your sister or the Empress who raised you, as long as you want a woman in the past, I will make your wish come true in the future, so, don't let your obsession ruin my plans now. Xiao Hua muttered to himself in his heart was already surging, planning all kinds of future developments. On the other side of the Ascension platform, Musian had just come here with Yekingzin. On the ascension platform, several chiefs were sitting at this time. When they saw Musian under the stage, they looked at each other with a bit of appreciation. "Master Ye, you worked really hard last night." Yao Meng sat in front of the ascension platform. After scanning Musian's physical condition with his spiritual consciousness, he couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. Although Musian's body was still a little weak, his spiritual energy had almost completely recovered, and it was even much richer than before. It would take at least 3 to 5 days to refine a Qianyuan creation pill normally, which was enough to imagine how much effort Yekingzin had spent last night. "This matter was caused by me. This is just to make up for him. The Green Emperor doesn't need to thank me." Yekingzin's face bloomed with a very beautiful smile, and her eyes fell directly on the young man in the crowd who was talking with the sect disciples at this time. "If I have to say, she is the one who should thank. If it weren't for Musian, she would not have found the possibility of the whole family ascending in such a short time after going down to the world. Moreover, she would not have known that there was a natural furnace that could continuously advance in this world. The spiritual energy of the heaven absorbed by Musian, after being extracted by the natural furnace, obviously became much more concentrated than the spiritual energy in the heaven. The agreement between her and Musian can only be completed after the enlightenment stage. And when in the enlightenment stage, Musian's natural furnace will also reach the first peak. Once Musian is enlightened, the spiritual energy given to others by his natural furnace is the spiritual energy of the harmony. And it is the spiritual energy of the harmony from the heaven. You know, cultivation is endless. The Hedeo realm is the strongest in this world, but it is difficult to take a step forward. This is the shackles of heaven and earth, and also the rules of heaven, because above the Hedeo, even the heaven is afraid. However, Musian's natural furnace makes people see the possibility of breaking through the Hedeo. Even if this possibility is very small, it is enough to make people excited. If the Qing Emperor had seen this step a long time ago and chose Musian as his Taoist partner, then her ability to deduce the secrets of heaven is too amazing. It seems that you have a better impression of him. Sister Kingdi seemed to feel a slight weight on her head, and her anti-gank consciousness was full. She had a faint smile on the corner of her mouth and glanced at Yekingzin slightly. The ancestor of the Ye family is stunningly beautiful, and the black and red dress reveals a seductive and charming aura, tightly wrapping her delicate body. Her tall figure reveals a full and upright chest, and her slender legs outline an alluring curve that is unparalleled in the past and present. If Yao Meng is a pure and flawless fairy, then Yekingzin is more like a witch who walked out of the flames, inadvertently exuding a charming aura that is enough to attract the opposite sex. Yekingzin remained calm and said calmly, "I had some prejudice against him before, but after observing him for the past 2 days, I feel that this is a rare genius. He is top-notch in character, talent, and even in terms of communication with people. Even that handsome face is top-notch. If I have to say, the only shortcoming is that Musian always thinks of bitterness in his mind." Thinking of what Musian did to her in his fantasy that day, Yekingzin's delicate hand, as soft as white jade, subconsciously rested on the back of the other hand. Musian held her hand like this before, nurturing her spiritual consciousness. Although it was clumsy and even useless, there is indeed some spiritual energy left by Musian in her body now. In front of the ascension platform, almost everyone was shocked when they heard the conversation between the Green Emperor and the ancestors of the Ye family. Even the ancestors of the Ye family have such a high evaluation of Musian? You know, the ancestors of the Ye family were obviously dissatisfied with Musian's various behaviors towards her descendants of the Ye family. Even she had such an evaluation of Musian. Could it be that this young man of the 4th level of the soul refining really has such an extraordinary talent? Some of the younger generation who vaguely heard the conversation between the two were also shocked. Several girls from ancient families stared at the young man who was talking to someone under Yuting. But it's probably hard for him to win today's competition, Yekingzin continued. With Musian's current state, it's really hard for him to continue winning. After all, who is not a child of destiny who can get to this point? Moreover, although Musian has a high talent, he has just reached the 4th level of soul refining. In front of the ascension platform, there was a beautiful woman listening to the conversation between the two, and then her eyes fell on Musian, a certain Yutang. Narcissus, although you didn't participate in the Ascension conference this time, it's always a good thing to make more friends. Why don't you take this opportunity to talk to Mu Xiao? His injuries have not healed yet, so you can give him the elixir I gave you yesterday to heal his injuries. Maybe you young people can just chat with each other. At this time, the beautiful woman on the high platform suddenly sent a voice message to the gray-robed woman below the stage. Xiao Shuixian raised her head slightly. Although she was dressed very low-key, she had a very beautiful face. Well, I know, mother. Hearing her mother's words, Xiao Shuixian obviously just reacted. She had a gentle smile on her face from beginning to end, as if nothing could make her panic. Xiao Shuixian quietly left the crowd and headed towards the pavilion not far away. Musian was still chatting and laughing with several young monks in the pavilion. Suddenly, the voice of the pavilion was slightly quiet, and many people looked at the gray-robed woman who walked into the pavilion. Musian also noticed this, so he followed the gaze of the crowd. Then, his eyes couldn't help but have a little more interest. Although Xiao Shuixian's dress was quite simple, this woman was a beauty in herself, and her figure was even more curvy and charming. But the most important thing was that he could sense that there seemed to be a very special spiritual fluctuation on this woman. She also has a dual constitution? When Musian was thinking about this, Xiao Hua, who was not far away, took this scene into his sight. When he saw his sister who had walked into the pavilion and was talking to Musian, his face darkened. This was not Xiao Hua's own emotion, but the obsession of the original owner affected him. At this moment, seeing Xiao Shuixian taking the initiative to talk to the strange man, Xiao Hua's heart couldn't help but twist. Why did his sister take the initiative to talk to Musian? At this moment, Xiao Hua felt an inexplicable sense of displeasure in his heart. In fact, the original owner of this body also knew that his sister had been trying to make up for him in the past, but he kept hinting to himself that his sister was the one who took away his God King bone. Although his sister didn't know about this at the time, the final result was that his God King bone was dug away. However, Xiao Shuixian was an absolute genius in Yuzhou, and a girl of heaven pursued by countless young cultivators. However, this kind of girl from heaven used to pay attention to him, feel sorry for him, and even ask someone to take care of him secretly, which naturally made Xiao Hua feel admiration for her. Now seeing that his sister actually took the initiative to please a man, if Xiao Hua was not rational enough, he would have impulsively stepped forward to stop her. But if he went up rashly now, it would only make his sister have a bad impression of him. He planned to get close to Xiao Shuixian step by step in the future, let her have a good impression of him, and even pursue her. Now, of course, he must not rush forward. And what made Xiao Hua angry was this Musian. He obviously had the Kingdi who was enough to envy countless cultivators as a Taoist partner, but he was not satisfied, and even set his sights on him. It was simply courting death. Although he was now an 8th grade refiner, he could not expose his strength and hostility towards Musian, so as not to be targeted by this guy who was backed by Hideo. Need to be patient. Don't let me run into you somewhere in Zhuzhou in the future, otherwise. Xiao Hua clenched his fists tightly, and secretly vowed in his heart that he would remember today's shame in his heart. However, just as he retracted his gaze, he seemed to feel a slightly dazzling gaze. Xiao Hua was secretly shocked, raised his head, and just saw the owner of the eyes staring at him. It was Musian. At this time, Musian had a gentle smile on his face, chatting with the young monk under the pavilion, and his eyes fell on him. Although the smile was gentle, for some reason, Xiao Hua felt an inexplicable cold sweat on his back. He felt a sense of crisis as if he was seen through by others. At this time, Musian had already retracted his gaze, as if he had just glanced at him casually. "Thank you, Miss Xiao. Mu is weak now, and the elixir you gave me is indeed useful." He looked at the grey-robed woman in front of him with a gentle smile on his face. Xiao Narcissus smiled elegantly and reservedly, and said softly, Narcissus had heard of the name of Mr. Mu in Yuzhou in the past. Today, I saw that he was as kind and easygoing as the rumors said. Although this statement was exaggerated, Xiao Narcissus had indeed heard of Musian's name in the past. Damn guy, does he really think that he can do whatever he wants with someone backing him up? Xiao Hua looked at this scene, his heart burning with jealousy, his eyes full of unwillingness and humiliation. For Xiao Hua, his sister is both his enemy and one of the goddesses he pursues. Now seeing the goddess in his heart actually take the initiative to show his affection to a young man, he was naturally angry. Not far away from the ascension platform, Luo Tan also noticed this scene. She couldn't help but raise her eyebrows and glanced at the beautiful woman beside the ascension platform. She naturally saw that Xiao Shuixian would take the initiative to talk to Musian, which must be because Xiao Shuixian's stepmother secretly sent a message. Yao Meng smiled lightly and looked at the direction of Musian gently and calmly. Miss Xiao is as smart as the rumors say. If you are willing to do me a favor after the Ascension Conference, you might as well come to my Tianhe garden to drink a pot of tea and talk about Taoism. Musian looked normal, and his eyes did not stay on Xiao Shuixian for long, but quickly moved away, expressing his image of being loyal and not close to women. However, he did want to have a deep exchange with Xiao Shuixian. It was not because of her appearance or something like that, at least this was not all the reasons. More importantly, he suspected that he had discovered the second chosen son of heaven chosen by the heavenly Dao. Thinking about it this way, it is really a coincidence that Xiao Hua, the holy son of Yuzhou, is actually the son of heaven, and his sister is actually talking to him at this moment. Could it be that my stepping stone template is actually still there, and it has attracted the son of heaven to slap me in the face? Musian teased himself in his heart. But since his sister has sent it up, he can also take this opportunity to test the other party's tone and understand what template this second son of heaven is following. The previous Yayu was a loser, so what type is the Xiao Hua? After Musian and Xiao Shuixian talked for a few more sentences, he said at the right time, everyone, I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. Sister Kingdi is still watching on the stage. If he continues to chat and makes her jealous, he will be the unlucky person tonight. After that, Musian left the court gracefully, keeping a certain distance from other female cultivators. At this time, the old man on the high platform had taken out the Suanlingzu and was randomly selecting opponents for today's participating monks. Musian took out his sect token from the ring and waited for the name of his opponent to appear. It was extremely rare for him to reach the Ascension Conference until now, and with his injury, it was almost impossible for him to win another game today. However, although he did not have any expectations, he might encounter a weaker opponent today and win another competition. With this idea in mind, Musian also turned over the back of the sect token. In the air, the golden light of the Suanlingzu enveloped the Ascension platform, and the names of the opponents of today's competition slowly appeared in the field of vision. Musian looked at it carefully, and then was stunned. Just at this time, Musian noticed a slightly conspicuous gaze, followed that gaze and raised his head, and saw the woman in a white dress with a temperament as cold as frost and snow, stunning and extraordinary in the distance under the court. His next opponent is Lan Murian. So, they were the protagonists all along. Author, CCC. Chapter 343. This damn obsession has such a great influence on me. Xiao Hua stood in the crowd, secretly feeling lucky. The jealousy in his heart before was not his own jealousy, but the last obsession left by the original owner of this body. When he saw his sister actually took the initiative to please a man, he was jealous out of instinct. If you want to solve this obsession, no matter what, you must satisfy the various ideas of the original owner of this body before his death. But now you can't rush it. The most urgent thing is to win the championship of the Ascension Conference and obtain 3 Emperor-level medicinal materials. King D is indeed unattainable, but King D is King D. Musian can't be his opponent in the future with external forces. As for Sister Xiao Shuixian, with the strength and talent of the Enlightenment realm in his previous life, it's not easy for him to capture a little girl in the future. However, the contestants of this Ascension Conference are too terrifying. Not to mention that there are even Return to Void Realm, the realms of several other geniuses are similar to his, and his experience in his previous life tells him that these people are difficult to deal with. It's just a pity that I met them. Xiao Hua whispered to himself in his heart. His expression was normal. He took out the sect token and turned it over, and saw the name written on the back of the sect token. By Ruoxi, an inner disciple of Kanghai Peak. It's really a coincidence that I can meet Musian's Taoist partner, Xiao Hua whispered to himself with a little surprise. Although I have to be patient for the time being and can't offend Musian, I'll get something back from your Taoist partner this time. Xiao Hua quickly gathered his thoughts and held the sect token tightly. On the other side, at this moment, Musian was looking at the name on the sect token in his hand and fell into a long contemplation. Although I know that I will most likely lose today, it's a bit too coincidental that I will run into my senior sister. No, the remaining contestants in the Ascension Conference are basically people I know. No matter what, I will most likely run into someone I know. It's not shameful to lose to my senior sister. After all, she practiced earlier than me, and she is still in the Return to Void realm. Even a proud person like Sister Mengro said that she has no confidence. Musian muttered to himself in his heart. Although his face seemed calm, he actually felt mixed emotions. If he hadn't run into Lan Murian and several other protagonists, he felt that he could still operate again. In the final analysis, if it weren't for the clan leader sister's secret operation and treating him as a gift for the Ascension Conference, he would have been able to suppress several protagonists even if he ran into them. After all, for by Ruoxi and others, the attraction of the Emperor-level medicinal materials is far less than that of Musian. The brilliance of the Suanlingzu enveloped everyone in front of the Ascension platform. Soon, the names of the corresponding opponents appeared on the sect tokens in the hands of the contestants scattered in various corners of the Ascension platform. Unlike yesterday's competition, today's competition is divided into 2 sessions, one in the daytime and the other in the evening. The number displayed on the sect token determines the contestants today. And today's first competition is Musian. It will start in an hour. The Shenxiantai area is extremely vast, and there are elegant pavilions standing all around. Musian walked through the crowd and came to the pavilion not far to the left of the Shenxiantai, and saw the 2 sisters of the Lan family sitting under the pavilion. Although it was not the first time he saw them, Musian still couldn't help but sigh secretly. Isn't this too humming bitter? Lan Feiying had long curly hair, with the ends of her hair slightly curled up. Her charming and delicate face was slightly powdered. She sat lazily in front of the stone chair with her hands on her cheeks. The red dress tightly wrapped her perky buttocks, and there was a charming beauty mole at the corner of her eyes. Her charming eyes were moist, and she raised her eyes and looked at him slowly. The red dress set off her tight and full figure, with graceful curves, and her towering chest resting lightly on the table. Isn't this Mr. Mu, the most popular one in our sect recently? Why do you suddenly think of your sister now? Lan Feiying's voice was soft and pleasant. She stared at Musian's face, and her delicate and beautiful red lips slightly raised, and continued, "Are you feeling better? You fought with your sister today. If your injuries are not healed, I'm afraid your sister will not be willing to attack you." Musian was not polite, and just sat on the stone chair beside Lan Feiying, smiling, The spiritual energy in the cauldron has been fully restored, but the injuries on the body still need to be adjusted for a few days, and it's not a big deal. Hearing this, Lan Fading lowered her eyes slightly, and then secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, she suddenly noticed a slightly dazzling gaze not far away from her side, and couldn't help but look sideways slightly. The cold and elegant Lan Mulian was wearing a thin veil, and her cold and beautiful eyes seemed to have a faint smile, looking at her sister meaningfully. Seeing this, Lan Fading slightly turned away her eyes as if nothing had happened, wandering in the scenery outside. Lan Mulian pursed her pink lips, but a faint arc appeared at the corner of her mouth. Although she looked like a socialite on weekdays, in fact, this sister was not very good at expressing her inner thoughts, otherwise she would not have asked about Musian's injury in such a roundabout way just now. However, she was not qualified to teach her sister. After all, she was almost the same. Lan Murian glanced at Musian dimly, her tone as cold as usual. Your physical injuries have not yet fully healed, don't you plan to give up this competition? She was able to see through the origin of all things, so she naturally saw Musian's physical condition at the moment. Although he was not at the end of his strength, the wound caused by the heaven-asking lock had not yet fully healed. I have to try it. I haven't really seen what senior sister is like, Musian said with a smile. Then, she twitched her nose again, her eyes slightly brightened, and she sent a voice transmission, Senior sister, have you used the balm I gave you? The balm that Sister Mengro bought really smells good. It smells a bit like mint mixed with other floral scents. It is really suitable for senior sister. I tried it a little. Lan Murian's exquisite face hidden under the veil seemed to be slightly flushed, but her tone of answering him was still calm and natural. It suits senior sister very well, Musian sent a voice transmission again. This was not just to please the elder sister, but also Musian's true words. The faint fragrance emanating from Lan Mulian at this moment was indeed quite tempting. I haven't seen Sister Fading for a while, and she seems to be more beautiful. Musian suddenly sent a voice message to Lan Fading beside him, starting a dual-thread operation. If it were Lan Mulian, she would probably smile at him reservedly and elegantly at this time, and then thank him for his praise. However, Lan Fading was obviously different from her reserved sister. She looked at Musian with her beautiful eyes and a charming smile. In a while, you will compete with your sister. Are you sure? The distance between her and Musian was very close, and unlike her sister, the fragrance on Lan Fading's body tended to be sweet and tempting. Coupled with the fragrance blowing gently in her ears, it felt like a boy on the street who was going to tease the elder sister but was teased by her instead. Musian swallowed his saliva inadvertently, shook his head reservedly and helplessly, and said, who is sure to beat senior sister in this competition? Lan Fading narrowed her eyes inadvertently, and her voice sounded soft and pleasant, that's right, after all, my sister is the first one to return to the Void Realm. The two were very close to each other, and because of the casual conversation just now, Lan Fading sat more intimately beside Musian, and their shoulders would touch each other at any time. At the same time, Lan Fading glanced at her sister who was not far away. Lan Murian, who was as cold as a painting and as elegant as a flower, looked at the two of them quietly with a pair of clear and beautiful eyes, as if she had never had any emotional ups and downs. By the way, the Green Emperor said before that you and her are Taoist couples, right? Is this true? Because of this, my sister tossed and turned last night and couldn't sit in meditation. Lan Fading looked like she wanted to make trouble, and looked at Musian with a smile. Sister Fading, stop joking with me. Musian seemed helpless on the surface, but he was secretly frightened in his heart. How come Sister Fading has become so aggressive after not seeing her for a few days? If it weren't for the wrong occasion, he would have wanted to suppress Lan Fading and teach this naturally charming woman a little lesson. Lan Murian also raised her eyebrows slightly inadvertently. If it weren't for the veil covering her face, she would have probably seen the surprised look on her face at this time. Lan Feiying was obviously not at Lianji Peak yesterday, but it turned out that she was there. Lan Murian's psychological changes yesterday can be said to be controlled by Lan Feiying. Your opponent for today's competition should have come out too, right? It's better to prepare early. Lan Murian smiled faintly and reminded her sister in time. Lan Feiying turned over the sect token, and two big words appeared on the back of the sect token. Yeqian. I didn't expect to run into Miss Yeqian. Sister is right. Although the competition is tomorrow, I'd better prepare in advance. Lan Feiying put away the sect token, then stood up with a charming smile on her face. If sister doesn't take action, I'm afraid there won't be even any soup left. This time her voice was transmitted directly into Lan Murian's heart. Lan Murian's clear and beautiful eyes flickered slightly, and she was rarely flustered when she saw Lan Feiying's last meaningful glance. Lan Feiying smiled charmingly, and as the fragrant wind left the table, her fiery red figure also disappeared in the pavilion. Lan Murian and Musian both looked at the disappearing figure of the woman. The former looked calm on the surface, but Musian felt a little helpless in his heart. After Yao Meng's remarks, his operating space can be said to have shrunk significantly. Right now, compared with the Chosen Son, the most troublesome thing is Bairuoxi and other protagonists. If the winner of the Immortal Ascension Conference is one of them, it will be troublesome. Unless, the final winner is Sister Mengro or Senior Sister Lan. No matter who wins, they can't do anything to him, and the hidden reward given by the sect master will be invalid. But if it is Ye Lingxian or Bairuoxi and others, maybe they will take him to the Sword Palace or the restricted area directly after winning the Immortal Ascension Conference. Musian was thinking. At this moment, he suddenly felt a breath approaching not far away. Ruoxi. Musian sensed the person coming, raised his eyebrows slightly, and turned his head to look. Outside the pavilion, Bairuoxi, wearing a white palace dress and with a gentle temperament, just walked into the pavilion. Her beautiful face was covered with a gentle look, and she was holding a small jade bottle in her hand. Mu Lang, are you okay? Bairuoxi walked into the pavilion and handed the jade bottle in her hand to Musian. This is the elixir I brought from the Sword Palace before, which can help your physical injuries. She has a weak temperament, like a young lady who lives in seclusion. Since entering the pavilion, she has been staring at Musian. As Musian's main wife, she naturally wanted to find Musian last night, but the Qing Emperor said that she was resting and could not be disturbed, so she kept suppressing her worries until today. After watching Musian take the jade bottle, Bairuoxi turned her head and looked at Lan Murian. She had a reserved and polite flawless smile on her face, her voice was gentle and sweet, and she smiled and said, "Senior sister, were you taking care of Mu Lang for me before? Ruoxi thanks you for my Mu Lang first." Her voice was soft and gentle, but the two words "my family" were pronounced very clearly. Lan Murian naturally knew the meaning of Bairuoxi's words. Although she usually has a cold temperament, Lan Murian actually has some domineering female CEO ideas in her heart, and what she can't stand the most is the provocation of others. She opened her red lips slightly, and said in a pleasant and calm voice, "Junior sister, you are joking. I am his senior sister, and it is natural for me to take care of him. But junior sister Bai, if I didn't see it wrong just now, your opponent is Xiao Hua, right? He just broke through the 8th level of soul refining yesterday, so remember not to relax. After all, junior sister Bai also wants to get the reward for this Ascension Conference, right? Although the final winner of the Ascension Conference is already determined." Lan Murian had a cold and flawless smile on her face, but there was no lack of hints. "No matter how hard you try, I will be the final winner." This is Lan Murian's confidence, and she is qualified to say this. "Sister, the first match today is your competition with Mu Lang, right? Senior sister, don't let Mu Lang down because he is injured, and end up losing accidentally, Bairuoxi reminded softly. On the surface, the two people's words seemed to care about each other, but these conversations were full of deep meaning. Lan Murian stared at Bairuoxi quietly, and suddenly broke the ice and showed a very beautiful smile. I won't hold back. She was not only talking about the Ascension Conference. Because there was still a competition between the two today, Lan Murian naturally did not stay in this court to avoid suspicion. And Musian looked at the name that appeared on Bairuoxi's sect token, and his eyes were a little thoughtful. Ruoxi, when you compete with Xiaohua later, try to pay more attention to his spiritual consciousness to see if there is anything special. According to Musian's cognition, almost every chosen son will have some special features. For example, the old man hidden in the ring, or the reborn, the time traveler, etc. Bairuoxi's spiritual consciousness is very strong, and he may be able to find some useful information when fighting with Xiaohua. Does Mu Lang know him? Bairuoxi raised his head and asked softly. If I know him, I will try to hold back today. He is a little hostile to me today, so I asked you to pay attention. He may be like Yayu, with some powerful spiritual consciousness in his body, so be careful. After hearing Musian's answer, Bairuoxi said softly. So he is Mu Lang's enemy, I know. Bairuoxi's tone was extremely calm, but there was a little more coldness in his eyes. In the past, she was often protected by Musian behind her, but now she can protect him. If someone really wants to take advantage of Mu Lang, no matter who it is, they will be killed by the bronze sword. If Yayu and Xiaohua are the chosen sons of the heavenly Dao of Zhuzhu, then Bairuoxi and others are the choices of the new heavenly Dao. Moreover, the opportunities these protagonists get are even more than those of the chosen sons. Even Bairuoxi was assisted by Musian every night before, and his spiritual energy was even stronger. At this time, Bairuoxi casually changed the topic, speaking of which, Mu Lang obviously didn't have much contact with senior sister before, but from today's performance, she seems to have complicated feelings for you. Mu Lang is really popular with girls, and he knows how to make people happy more and more. She opened the jade bottle in Musian's hand, poured out a pill that was emitting a glow, picked up the pill with her fingertips, and fed it into Musian's mouth. Senior sister is very nice to all the disciples in the section. Although she seems aloof, she is actually a person who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Musian said with a smile, while circulating his spiritual energy and refining the elixir. If Mu Lang likes senior sister, he can pursue her. I think senior sister will not reject you, Bairuoxi said softly. Musian looked at Bairuoxi helplessly. Her proud chest that was completely difficult to cover up flashed past people's eyes, looming and very tempting. Even though Musian had personally confirmed it countless times in the past, he couldn't help but be moved in his heart. Is Ruoxi jealous? This is not like you. Musian couldn't help but chuckle and raised his hand to comb Bairuoxi's hair. I have known for a long time that Mu Lang is fickle, and I am not a jealous person, Bairuoxi said in a low voice. Although her tone was indifferent, Bairuoxi still felt a little aggrieved. She lowered her head slightly, rested her forehead on Musian's arms, and gently wrapped her delicate hands around his waist. Musian's body froze slightly, and then he noticed the many glances cast intentionally or unintentionally not far away, and then soon noticed the gentle eyes of Qing Emperor with a faint smile in front of the ascension platform. That's all. Musian sighed softly, stretched out his arms to hold Bairuoxi in his arms, gently stroked her silky hair, and said softly, Ruoxi, no matter what, you are the person I love most. Bairuoxi buried herself in Musian's arms and whispered The grievances in her heart seemed to gradually disappear under the call of Ruoxi, and turned into a kind of sweetness welling up from the bottom of her heart. From a distance, Xiaohua saw Musian, who was chatting and laughing with his today's opponent, even making her pretty face turn red with shyness. Who is this Musian? There is a Qing emperor who is not satisfied as a Taoist companion, and even has an affair with other beauties of heaven. He was a little annoyed, gritted his teeth, and was filled with jealousy. If he were in his previous life, he would naturally not be angry because of this matter. However, the obsession with this body is affecting his mind, and many things are completely difficult to control emotionally. We have to find a way to solve it. After the Ascension Conference, I will first find a way to contact my sister. But before that, I can still watch a good show. As if he thought of something interesting, a faint smile appeared on Xiao Hua's face involuntarily. Lan Mulian was the first person recognized by all the geniuses in this Immortal Ascension Conference. It would be interesting if Muzian could not hold back even one move from her. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua also turned his attention to the competition stage not far away, waiting for the start of today's competition. Also watching the scene was Lan Mulian, who had just left the pavilion. She was currently regulating her spiritual energy alone, quietly staring at the pavilion not far away. At this time, she suddenly noticed that there seemed to be footsteps approaching here. "Why are you here too?" Lan Mulian did not look back, but his spiritual sense had already captured the young man behind him who had just approached. In fact, there were not many people that Lan Mulian could really claim to know, and this young man was one of them. After all, he is his biological brother and the future patriarch of the Lan family, Lan Wu. Lan Wu had been coming to Lianji Sect since the Immortal Ascension Conference, but he didn't bother his sister at that time. It was not until today, when the finals were approaching, that he came to say hello to his sister. But having said that, it's not just for saying hello. Why do I say that there is a competition between my sister and me today, so it is only natural to come and take a look, right? Lan Wu said warmly with a smile on his face. However, Lan Mulian raised her eyebrows inadvertently and said calmly, "If you have anything to say, just say it." It has been several years since she left the Lan family, and she has rarely been back to the Lan family in the past few years. I would only go to Ian's house when I went to pay homage to my mother. After all, although Lan Mulian and Lan Feiying are Lan Wu's younger brothers, they are not born from the same mother's womb. They just have a common father. Growing up, Lan Wu didn't have much communication with their sisters. Now that they would come to him, he knew it wouldn't be a good thing. "Father has been thinking about you since you left the Lan family. This time, I also hope that you can return to the Lan family ancestral hall after the Immortal Ascension Conference to recognize your ancestors and return to the clan," Lan Wu said. His tone was extremely sincere, but Lan Mulian seemed to have heard some interesting joke, with a faint smile in his eyes. Is this what he meant to? Lan Wu nodded slightly. "Where's my mother?" Lan Mulian's expression was calm, but there was a rare emotion in his voice. "As long as you are willing to return to the Lan family, everything can be discussed. Even if the elders of the Lan family disagree, after I succeed the head of the Lan family in the future, I will let your mother return to the ancestral hall, return her soul to her hometown, and become a member of the Lan family." Before he finished speaking, Lan Mulian suddenly chuckled. "Interesting." Lan Mulian's eyes became a little colder. "He is still hiding deep in the Lan family, and he doesn't even dare to see us." Lan Wu said helplessly, "Mulian, it's actually not strange for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. You have a good relationship with your priest brother, so you should know that he is also surrounded by many girls, right? The Lan family of Dongzhou is an extremely top ancient force among all the tribes in Dongzhou. And for such a force, it is not surprising that the patriarch has 3 wives and 4 concubines. Lan Feiying and Lan Mulian were born to a woman outside the home of the Lan family patriarch. But at that time, there was serious internal strife in the Lan family. The head of the Lan family had just inherited the position of patriarch and was unable to support himself. The forces in the Lan family branch made a big fuss about Lan Mulian's biological mother. Under heavy pressure, the head of the Lan family finally abandoned his wife, and it was not until his wife died that he took Lan Mulian back to the Lan family. To this day, some elders of the Lan family refuse to admit that Lan Mulian's biological mother is a member of the Lan family. The talents and potential displayed by Lan Mulian and Lan Feiying at the Immortal Ascension Conference naturally attracted the attention of the Lan family, which led Lan Wu to invite the two sisters to return to the Lan family. Lan Mulian chuckled lightly. At least my junior brother won't do the cowardly thing of abandoning a woman after being pressured by the elders. If my mother hadn't been obsessed with the head of the Lan family, she wouldn't have had anything to do with the Lan family. There is still a competition today. If young Master Lan has nothing to do, please don't disturb my practice, Lan Mulian said lightly. Lan Wu frowned slightly and was about to say something else. At this time, a clear and gentle voice suddenly came from not far away. Senior sister, the competition is about to start. We can go into the cave to prepare. Muzian smiled and looked at Lan Mulian and the young man not far from her. Lan Mulian quickly came back to her mind from her previous thoughts. When she raised her head, she met Muzian's eyes. Did I interrupt your conversation? Muzian asked. But he felt a little funny in his heart. Why do these people from the ancient family not know how to judge the occasion? Can't they see that senior sister doesn't want to talk anymore? Earlier, he had vaguely heard the conversation between the two, as well as Lan Mulian's emotional ups and downs, so he interrupted their conversation at this time. No, you came at the right time. Lan Mulian's tone softened a little, and she said softly. Then, she ignored the man behind her and took a step forward. The next moment, under countless hot gazes, she appeared in front of the arena. Feeling countless eyes staring at her, Lan Mulian took a breath and exhaled slowly. Then, she turned her head slightly and looked at the boy not far away. Muzian also turned around and planned to leave. At this time, Lan Wu's helpless voice suddenly came from behind. Friend Mu, you should have heard my conversation with Mulian just now. If possible, I hope to trouble you later. I respect my senior sister's decision, brother-in-law, please don't make it difficult for me, Muzian said righteously. Brother-in-law? Lan Wu was slightly stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect this man to be so shameless and directly agreed to marry his sister. By the way, you might as well let the old monster of the Lan family make a decision earlier. Muzian stepped on the flying sword, suddenly remembered something, turned back and smiled. Otherwise, when the future senior sister realizes the truth, it will be too late for you to ask her. Let alone enlightenment, with Lan Mulian and Lan Feiying's current talents, they will definitely be the trump card of the Lan family in the future. Are there any of you who refuse the birth mother of the senior sister to become a member of the Lan family? Then you can find a way yourself. Isn't it uncomfortable for me to persuade the senior sister to return to the Lan family? However, he can create a new Lan family with the senior sister in the future. Muzian looked up at the woman in the moon-white gorgeous long dress in front of the arena, and thought silently in his heart. Warm Ti. You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. So, they were the protagonists all along. Author, CCC. Chapter 344. Lan Mulian. Most people don't actually know much about the only disciple of the leader of Lianji sect. In the past, she had helped many disciples in the section because of the contrast between her cold demeanor and helping others. Many disciples were flattered and always regarded her as an object of respect. She is extremely talented and doesn't like to communicate with people from the outside world. However, even so, Lan Mulian's status in the sect is very special. At this moment, as Lan Mulian came on stage, countless eyes from the audience looked over. In the air, an ice realm was blooming silently, presenting the picture in the ice realm. Muzian came to the arena leisurely and entered this cave. For Muzian, his goal was not to win the championship from the beginning. Among the people he most wanted to win the Ascension Conference, one was Wei Mengru and the other was Lan Murian. The former is his maid, and the latter is a reserved and cold senior sister. Even if she wins the final victory, she will not make too outrageous demands on him. However, although he does not pursue the first place, today's competition with Lan Murian is also a good opportunity to verify how big the gap between him and his senior sister is. Although Murian has seen many people in the sect in the past, Lan Murian is still the first among his peers in the return to Void Realm. After all, he has to fight and verify the strength of the senior sister before deciding whether to surrender, otherwise it would be too boring. Don't you plan to give up? Murian was thinking. At this time, Lan Murian's cold and pleasant voice suddenly came from the cave. This is not a direct word, but a sound transmission formed by a special secret method, which others cannot hear. I have to verify the strength of the senior sister before making a decision. The senior sister should not want me to retreat without a fight, right? Hearing this, Murian raised his eyebrows slightly, waiting for the competition to officially begin, and smiled and sent a sound transmission to Lan Murian, staring at the senior sister in front of him. Her moon-white dress danced in the air, her soft hair was loose, her graceful body was slender and varied, and she looked inconspicuous, giving people a sense of flawlessness. Although it was not the first time I saw Lan Murian, the charm of this woman was obvious. From the moment she entered the venue, the eyes of the female cultivators in the sect were all shining at her. What did he say to you just now? Lan Murian asked again. She knew that Lan Wu had called him before Murian left, but she didn't know what that man had talked about with his junior brother. Uncle. Murian coughed lightly. Brother Lan Wu hopes that you and sister Fei Ying can return to the Lan family. It was a coincidence. Could it be that senior sister was also the protagonist of Destiny? She lost her mother when she was young, and was not taken back to the Lan family until she was almost grown up. Not long after that, she was accepted as a disciple by the sect master's sister, and she has never lost a single defeat so far. Is this the invincible protagonist? Do you think I should go back? Lan Murian suddenly asked. Before the competition started, she also wanted to hear what her junior brother thought. Of course, it depends on you, senior sister. My opinion cannot be used as a reference. Murian looked natural. If it were me, I would probably persist until I got what I wanted before returning to the Lan family. During this period of time, he clearly realized how amazing Lan Murian's talent was. Apart from anything else, the fact that he also had the heavenly fate holy body, but it was difficult for him to exert the power of the heavenly fate holy body to see through the origin of all things, was enough to show how high Lan Murian's talent was. Even if you have this physique, you still need enough talent and comprehension to be able to see through the origin of all things and analyze it. Hearing this, Lan Murian nodded silently. When she asked Murian, she could probably guess how this junior brother would answer her. I won't go back until the elders of the Lan family recognize her. Even if I return to the Lan family in the future, I won't stay there forever. Fei Ying and I have the same idea, but the path she and I took in the past were different. Many young talents under the high platform looked at the two people standing in the ice realm, and gradually there were more whispers. Although the competition has not yet begun, the two of them just stared at each other, but never spoke, which inevitably made people have some fantasies. Sister Fei Ying and senior sister are both independent and self-reliant women. You sisters are very similar in this respect. Murian smiled. He paused slightly and continued, since you don't want to go back, don't go back for the time being. Anyway, senior sister is living well in Lianji section. Do you want me to go back? Lan Murian's eyes flashed slightly, and asked a question that seemed similar to the previous one. Murian was stunned for a moment, and then said, if it is selfish, I naturally hope that senior sister can stay in the section after all. If senior sister returns to the Lan family, I will also be lonely. Lonely. Do you still feel lonely? How can you be lonely when there are so many girls around you? Lan Mulian couldn't help but sneer when she heard Musian's words. With the popularity of my junior brother in the sect, I'm afraid he won't feel lonely. If she was just a little upset because of Lan Wu's matter before, then when she thought of what happened to Musian during this period of time, and the strong speech of King Di at that time, Lan Mulian's expression couldn't help but become cold. Musian shook his head lightly and smiled helplessly. If I really wouldn't be lonely, I wouldn't have written to my senior sister every day and night before, entrusting my thoughts in the letters. In fact, I wanted to try again in today's Ascension conference to see if I could win another competition. But after learning that my opponent is my senior sister, I was relieved. The heaven-asking chain behind Musian silently surrounded him, slowly wandering like a dragon. After all, what I did in the past was often out of my control, but I was really sorry for my senior sister. This time, fighting with my senior sister can also be regarded as a relief for me. When he finished speaking, the spiritual energy in his body began to stir. Does it mean that I can take this opportunity to teach him a lesson? Lan Mulian raised his eyebrows slightly, and his somewhat depressed mood slowly improved. Although she had long known that Musian's feelings for her were not just the respect of a junior brother for a senior sister, but at this moment, she noticed his sincere eyes and the gentle words in her ears, and her usually calm state of mind was gently rippled. Competition is competition, and personal feelings cannot be mixed in. But soon, Lan Mulian looked at Musian's gentle smile and gradually calmed down. Junior brother, do you hope that I can win in the end? She suddenly asked. Musian nodded slightly and smiled, of course. Among the contestants this time, the one I most hope to win this Ascension conference is my senior sister. He said this very sincerely, because this is indeed a sincere expectation. Why? Lan Mulian narrowed his eyes. Musian was silent for a moment, and said helplessly, Sister, you should know what the extra reward that the sect master added at the end of the Ascension conference is. Do you think that if it were me, even if I won the first place in the end, I would not do anything to you? Lan Mulian is a woman of great wisdom, and she immediately heard the hidden meaning in Musian's words. Musian looked at the cold sister in the eyes of the sect disciple, and smiled, if you really want to do something, I have no objection. The relationship between Lan Mulian and him is actually a layer of unbreakable window paper. As long as he does not take the initiative to break it, this layer of relationship will never be broken. This is Musian's confidence and his understanding of Lan Mulian. With such a cold personality of the sister, she would not be able to do anything even if she really won the first place in the Ascension conference. Besides, maybe the sister lost this competition, Musian continued. Lan Mulian stared at Musian with her clear and beautiful eyes, and couldn't help but narrow her eyes. Junior brother is good at everything, but he is too confident. Just at this moment, the voice of an old man outside the cave slowly sounded. The competition will start in 1 stick of incense. Time was passing silently, and Musian stopped talking and adjusted the flow of his own spiritual energy. Lan Mulian slightly closed his eyes, and seemed to be adjusting the flow of his own spiritual energy. Outside the cave, countless eyes were staring at this scene, looking forward to how Lan Mulian, who was hailed as the best of his peers in this golden age, would defeat Musian. Finally, 1 stick of incense passed silently. When the competition officially began, the heaven-asking lock behind Musian burst into an unprecedented starlight, and the runes behind him flashed, and the heaven-asking lock was sacrificed in the direction of Lan Mulian. Lone Star Sword. Boom boom boom. Thunder was faintly heard in the cave. The light of the rune enveloped Lan Mulian. Musian was not invincible in the realm of soul refining, but he could fight by Ruoxi. Although the heaven-asking lock had not been refined, it was not to be underestimated. Although the realm gap between the two was huge, Lan Mulian could not ignore this attack. Countless eyes were staring at the fight in the cave. In this battle, everyone knew that Lan Mulian would win, and they were just waiting for Muzian to lose, hoping that he could force Lan Mulian to reveal his trump card. In the cave, the light was shining, and the blazing fire was swallowing Lan Mulian like a fire dragon. The surging spiritual energy seemed to swallow Lan Mulian directly. However, at this moment, the spiritual energy in the cave seemed to stagnate. Muzian's heaven-asking lock stopped in front of Lan Mulian, and it was difficult to move at all. The next moment, the ice crystals shone and the spiritual energy burst out. Lan Mulian's hair was flying, and there seemed to be fragments of ice crystals flying out of her body, with a little bit of ice blue light. Muzian was shocked and wanted to move his feet, but found that his proud body was completely unable to move at this moment. Lan Mulian was like the queen in the ice palace, standing in the air, with a calm and indifferent expression. Even Xiao Hua, who was a powerful enlightened person in his previous life, looked at this scene, and his eyes could not help but stagnate slightly. With his experience in 2 lives, he could not see what Lan Mulian did at this moment. After a while, he chuckled again. As expected. Lan Mulian's strength was beyond his expectations, but Muzian's defeat was within his expectations. Many young cultivators, both men and women, could not help but shine in their eyes at this time. After returning to the Void Realm, the holy body of destiny can open the destiny domain. Most of the area centered on her will be seen through to its origin, the spiritual energy within the cave will be deprived, the opponent's skills will be ineffective, the spiritual energy will be ineffective, and even the control of the body will be in Lan Mulian's hands. It can be said that Lan Mulian is invincible among her peers in this space at this moment. Even Yao Meng was watching the scene with interest, feeling a little surprised. You know, the heaven-asking lock is equivalent to an ancestral weapon. Even if Muzian has not yet refined the heaven-asking lock, it is enough to fight across levels. In the same realm, people holding ancestral weapons are absolutely invincible. As a result, Lan Mulian actually broke the deterrence of the first-grade weapon spirit with her own physique. This is the end of the pastor's brother. Although I have long known that he can't win the senior sister, it is rare to suppress the same generation of cultivators with just his own domain. At this moment, all the disciples and elders were extremely shocked. If you have to say who among the people present is not surprised by this, it must be Muzian who is in the cave. After all, this is the senior sister. Although there is no great reincarnation, and there is no spiritual protection in her body, she is already invincible among her peers with her own talent. But even so, Muzian was still a little surprised. He was already injured, and he had expected that his chance of winning against Lan Mulian was almost zero, but he still didn't expect that the domain of the heavenly saint body would be so exaggerated. Spells are ineffective. Aura is ineffective. The exercises are ineffective. Even at this moment, the heavenly questioning lock was frozen in mid-air, as if the entire space was controlled by Lan Mulian. At this moment, countless whispers came from outside the cave. Yechian was in the crowd, subconsciously hugged her sister's arms, but her eyes were worriedly staring at the ice realm in mid-air. Ya Lingxuan's eyes were calm, but there was also a worry hidden deep in her eyes. At this time, Lan Feiying narrowed her eyes slightly, as if she had noticed something unusual, and there was a bit of doubt in her charming eyes. Lan Mulian did not directly launch the final attack on Muzian. Instead, under countless gazes, she stepped on the void with her boots, as if she was climbing a ladder, and walked slowly towards Muzian. On the other side, Muzian slightly moved his lead-like body, and when he found it was difficult to move, he smiled and raised his head and said slowly, "Sister, come on." For him, the result of this competition was doomed from the beginning, and Lan Mulian won him, and then continued to win in the Ascension Conference, so he would be safe. Although junior brother lost, it seems that everything is under his control. Lan Mulian did not take action directly, and a layer of ripples appeared in his calm eyes as he stared at Musian. A faint fragrance floated into the nose, which made people fascinated. However, the emotions hidden in the depths of those seemingly calm eyes were difficult to read. Musian looked natural and smiled. After all, the person I am facing is Senior Sister. As early as when I saw that the opponent was you, I was ready. Are you also ready to watch me win in the end so that you can feel at ease? Lan Mulian said in a calm tone, staring at Musian's handsome face. His expression at the moment was so relaxed, as if everything was under his control. In fact, as Musian expected, he would lose in this competition, but from the strength shown by Lan Murian in the past few days, she would probably be the one with the best hope of winning the championship of the Ascension Conference. Once the Senior Sister won the competition, Musian would not have to worry about facing the hellish Shura field. What are they talking about? Musian and Senior Sister Lan have such a close relationship. But after all, we are in the competition now, isn't this a bit? There was a commotion outside the cave, because the conversation between the two was directly heard in each other's ears by voice transmission, so in the eyes of outsiders, Musian and Lan Murian were just staring at each other. Musian smiled in his eyes and said, I just believe that the Senior Sister can win in the end. I didn't think too much. Lan Murian raised her eyebrows slightly. Ha, I knew he was lying at a glance. She knew the thoughts of this junior brother very well. Lan Murian raised her fingertips, and thousands of runes seemed to flash behind her. Her expression was as cold and indifferent as before, but when she glanced at Musian, her flawless face hidden under the veil seemed to be slightly blushed. You lost, she calmly and pleasantly pronounced Musian's defeat. Musian was mentally prepared for this result. He tilted his head slightly and said, I admit defeat. The moment this voice fell, the whole cave was shaking slightly. Lan Murian wins. Then, with the old man's voice declaring Lan Murian's victory, there was finally a lively reaction from the audience. As expected, even the darkest dark horse would find it difficult to win against Senior Sister Lan. Musian even had his first grade spirit shielded. It was too difficult. If I met Senior Sister, I would not be able to win either. Senior Sister is still the same Senior Sister. Many young people were talking to each other, and they were not surprised by this result. Yechian gently tugged at the corner of Yelingsuan's clothes and whispered, Sister, let's go and comfort Brother Mu later. How do you want to comfort him? Yelingxian glanced at her sister, and with Brother Mu's mentality, he won't be affected by this blow at all. He's even smiling now. When he finished speaking, Yelingxian raised her head and saw the young man with a faint smile on his face. In this competition, everyone, including Musian, knew that they could not win. In the end, it didn't matter to him whether he won or not. After all, he had already suppressed the luck of the chosen one. And if it was Senior Sister who won the Ascension Conference, that would be the best result. Hey, Senior Sister doesn't seem to be planning to leave the cave yet. At this time, Yechian suddenly called out in a low voice, staring at the scene in the ice realm. Yelingsuan's eyes moved slightly, and she subconsciously raised her head to look at the scene presented in the air, with some doubts in her heart. At the same time, Musian, who was in a relaxed mood, also noticed this, hesitated for a moment, and said, Senior Sister, are you not going to leave yet? Lan Mulian was wearing a moon-white long dress, standing in the air, and her calm beautiful eyes seemed to be shining with a strange luster. Then, a cold and pleasant voice came, You lost this competition, but if you must say, I didn't win either. For some reason, Musian suddenly had a bad premonition. He looked at Lan Murian's beautiful eyes as clear as a cold pond with suspicion, and his mind thought of all the scenes of him being ganked in the past. Then, when he saw Lan Murian take another half step forward, Musian's heart jumped and he subconsciously took a half step back. However, the next moment, the aura of the entire space was stripped away by Lan Murian again. Destiny Domain. Lan Murian smiled faintly and said faintly, I will naturally win the Ascension Conference to the end, but it's a bit too early for junior brother to breathe a sigh of relief now. Under the gaze of countless eyes under the Ascension platform, she gently untied her veil, revealing a cold and flawless face that was breathtakingly beautiful. Then, he took 2 steps forward, and under countless stunned gazes, he tilted his head slightly and kissed Musian's face gently. Outside the Ascension platform, there was a sudden silence. Musian was also stunned for a moment, and the indifferent smile on his face froze slightly. Lan Murian raised her head slightly, with a hint of shame in her eyes, but a seductive smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Don't think that I will let you go after I win. She glanced outside the cave inadvertently. Although she couldn't see the various scenes outside, Byruoxi and others felt that the other party was looking down at them through this look. Like a god, high above, giving people an infinite sense of oppression. And the meaning expressed in Lan Murian's eyes seemed to be only one: the future is yours. But Musian is mine. So, they were the protagonists all along. Author, CCC. Chapter 345. I'm so stupid. I know there's still a layer of window paper between me and my senior sister, so I support her to win the championship of the Ascension Conference, but I overlooked her domineering personality as a female CEO, and what she can't stand most is provocation from others. Musian had just left the cave, and at this moment he was in a daze. He ignored the countless murderous eyes around him and muttered to himself. He knew that Lan Murian was the type of reserved and cold person. If you want to pursue your senior sister, you can only take the initiative to pursue her, don't expect her to take the initiative to confess. However, all kinds of things happened to Musian before, and without exception, they stimulated the senior sister. Just now, Byruoxi rode on her face again. The result is obvious: the senior sister responded to the women in a more concise and violent way. At this moment, not only were the people under the Ascension stage stunned, but even Yao Meng on the stage narrowed her eyes inadvertently. Countless eyes were on Lan Murian, who had just walked out of the cave. Although she had just reached the return to Void Realm, this senior sister had the temperament of a peerless beauty. She noticed several very familiar eyes in the crowd, and her eyes swept over Ye Lingxian and others, and then fell on Lan Feiying in the crowd. The 2 sisters looked at each other, and Lan Murian's eyes were as indifferent as usual, as if she had just done something very ordinary, and she retracted her eyes. Don't you like to provoke and ride on the face? Today I will also ride on the face once. I even now show that the champion of the Ascension Conference will be mine, and Musian will also be mine, so what? Lan Murian pursed her red lips hidden under the veil. Although there was a faint blush on her cold face, she felt extremely happy in her heart. She had been suppressed for too long in the past, so it was a bit shameful to do this today, but the feeling of riding on the face in public made her feel very happy. At this moment, she suddenly noticed a very eye-catching look in front of the Ascension platform. Lan Murian followed this look and looked up in the direction of the Ascension platform. Sister Qingdi, who was wearing a green long skirt, looked at her quietly with a cold smile. Unlike others, Yao Meng's green eyes remained calm from beginning to end, and even had a faint smile. Lan Murian stared at the Empress, who stood tall in the world, and soon bowed to her politely, and then left gracefully, leaving Musian alone in front of the arena. It's over. Now the only person who can protect me is Sister Mengru. But with senior sister's performance today, I'm afraid it's hard for anyone to beat her. Musian looked down from the arena and soon saw the figure of the yellow-skirted maid in the crowd. She was also looking up at her direction at this time, with cold eyes, and even a gloating smile on her lips. Although she was a maid beside Musian, she was frequently bullied in the past few days, and it was impossible not to be jealous. Wei Mengru didn't want to pay attention to her young master at this time, and she withdrew her eyes lightly, as if she didn't know him. Some cultivators looked at Yao Meng on the ascension platform intentionally or unintentionally after coming to their senses. The Green Emperor didn't change his expression at this time, looking at Musian with a slight smile, and said in a relaxed and natural tone, speaking of which, he and the girl from the Lan family have known each other for a long time, and it's normal for the two to have a good relationship. This statement showed that he didn't care about the relationship between Musian and Lan Murian, and it also opened up the situation at once. However, Ye Qingxin's eyes moved slightly, and she asked casually, "Does the Green Emperor not care that there are other girls around his Taoist partner?" "It's impossible to say that I don't care, but if I have to say it, I am a latecomer." Yao Meng smiled casually, and her attitude seemed to be understated. Ye Qingxin stopped talking, just gave Yao Meng a meaningful look, and then her charming red eyes fell directly on Musian. After he bowed to everyone, he looked at the ascension platform again, showing a helpless look, and finally left on the sword. Ye Qingxin looked at the scene and couldn't help but chuckled. Her fingertips lightly touched her red lips, and the figure of Musian was reflected in her charming red eyes. It was a bit too rash to dislike Ye Yu just by listening to his one-sided words. She only looked at the other party's performance and the respectful attitude of the sect disciples towards her to know that Lan Mulian was a very charming ice and snow beauty. And such a beauty can express her feelings in public, which is enough to show the excellence of Musian. Not only is he born as a furnace, but also in his daily life and even in pleasing girls, Musian is extremely outstanding. In all these aspects, she has experienced it before. Musian didn't know what everyone was thinking at the moment. After all, he didn't want to stay at the scene at the moment, for fear that he would be directly challenged by the group of people below the stage. The previous incident of the Green Emperor had made many people jealous. At this moment, many disciples in the sect saw that their respected senior sister would actually do such a thing. I don't know what they would think. After Musian left on his sword, the silent atmosphere that enveloped the place finally disappeared. Everyone came back to their senses. Including Ye Lingxian, Bai Ruoxi and others, they were all in a sluggish state just now. Although they had known about senior sister's feelings for a long time, it was impossible not to be angry when they saw her showing her feelings in front of so many people today. "Sister, if senior sister wins in the end, will brother Mu be taken away by her?" Amidst the commotion, Ye Qian quietly pulled Ye Lingxuan's sleeve with a bit of uneasiness, and other complicated emotions. When hearing this question, Bai Ruoxi, who was standing not far away, also held her breath and listened carefully to the conversation between the two sisters. Regarding this kind of question, Ye Lingxuan's expression remained as indifferent as usual and said, "This is just a unilateral confession from senior sister. Brother Mu hasn't responded yet, right? Even if he wins the Immortal Ascension Conference, the final initiative will still be with Brother Mu. Besides, I don't think I will lose to senior sister." Ye Qian said softly, "Yeah," but there was still a bit of worry in his eyes. Xiao Shuixian, who was dressed in a grey robe and had a slim figure, stared at this scene, his eyebrows raised slightly, as if he was a little surprised. This Mr. Mu looks gentle and elegant, like a handsome young man, but he didn't expect that he is quite complicated in terms of emotions. However, since it was my mother's order, the advantages of making one more friend, and a friend with a very deep background, naturally outweighed the disadvantages. As long as you are careful and try not to have too close contact with him, you will be fine. The discussion near the Shengxian platform became more and more lively, and Xiao Shuixian slowly stepped back and followed the direction in which Musian left. At this moment, most of the sect disciples were angry and envious of Musian. Lan Mulian's status in their hearts can be said to be unparalleled. It would be fine if the person she fell in love with was a normal monk. But Musian already has Qing Emperor and Bai Ruoxi, this makes it difficult for people to balance mentally. However, although everyone was jealous of Musian, they were also in awe. With the Qing Emperor's relationship, especially when the Qing emperor just watched his Taoist companion being kissed and there was no reaction. No one dared to take the initiative to criticize or even attack Muzian. After all, the current Muzian is the Taoist companion that Qing emperor loves. The most they can do is write a challenge letter and invite Muzian to have a friendly discussion in the future. Not only did Muzian save Qingdi's life, but their relationship was even better than I imagined. There was no reaction when I saw him coming into contact with other girls. It's not good. Xiao Hua looked at the natural-looking Qing emperor on the immortal platform, and his expression couldn't help but change slightly, feeling that something was in trouble. However, I managed to live a new life, and in my previous life I reached a top level that ordinary people had never reached. Although it was difficult, it was not impossible. At least with the experience of his previous life, he was able to avoid many detours, and he thought he would be able to realize the truth very quickly. And after that, it was when he truly became famous. Although he felt that before he realized the Tao, he might be hindered by Muzian in every possible way. He couldn't explain the reason, but Xiao Hua could feel in the dark that if he wanted to return to the realm of enlightenment in the future, he would run into Muzian sooner or later. This is the secret of heaven guiding him, or, in other words, the guidance of heaven. In this case, no matter what, we must know ourselves and our enemies. The sooner we understand Muzian's origin, the better we can prepare. A flash of light flashed in Xiao Hua's eyes, and he had already begun to prepare the next plan in his heart. At this moment, he saw the grey-robed woman in the crowd turn around and quietly leave the crowd, wielding her sword in a certain direction. And the direction she went was exactly the same as the direction Muzian left just now. Xiao Hua looked at this scene, calmed down a little, and left here quietly. He is a little worried about his sister. If Muzian takes action in advance, the obsession in his body may have a deeper impact on him in the future. There were a lot of discussions about Muzian on the Shengxian platform, while Muzian on the other side was still worried about Lan Mulian's various reactions. Sister Mengru, it seems that the Ascension Conference can only rely on you. Muzian returned to Tianhe Garden, sighed softly, and turned to look at Wei Mengru, who had already appeared beside him, following him like a shadow. Wei Mengru, who had been following behind silently, gave her young master a look of disdain. Oh! Then he sneered mockingly. Do you know how good you are until something goes wrong? It's probably too late. Although Wei Mengru acted extremely coldly at this time, in fact, there was an inexplicable jealousy in her heart. Muzian also noticed this and was about to speak to comfort the maid. At this time, there was a sudden slight fluctuation in the formation in Tianhe Garden. It looks like there are guests coming. Sister Mengru, shall we pick her up? Muzian noticed the strange visitor outside and couldn't help but look up at Wei Mengjudo. Usually, if you are an acquaintance, you will not touch the formation when you step into Tianhe Garden. At this time, it is obvious that it is the first time for a strange guest to Tianhe Garden, so you will have this reaction. Wei Mengru glanced at Muzian, said lightly yeah, and walked out of the gate of Tianhe Garden. In front of the garden, Xiao Shuixian, dressed in a grey robe and plain clothes that could not hide her natural beauty, was standing in front of the gate. She was already so beautiful without any makeup. It was hard to imagine what this woman would look like if she put on a little makeup. How beautiful! She held a small jade bottle in her hand, which exuded a strong medicinal fragrance. If I remember correctly, she should be the maid next to Master Mu. When Xiao Shuixian saw the person coming, she first judged the other party's identity, and then she showed an elegant and reserved smile, and said softly, Master Mu consumed a lot of spiritual energy in the competition today. This is the elixir that I refined in Yuzhou in the past to restore spiritual energy. It's a little gift, not respect. Wei Mengru took the jade bottle, with a faint smile on her cold face. Thank you Miss Xiao for your kindness. If you don't mind, you can stay and chat. It just so happens that my young master seems to like making friends and talking to people. Wei Mengru deliberately emphasized the word talk and inadvertently glanced at Musian, who was following behind. If Miss Xiao has nothing to do later, why don't you come in and sit down first? Musian didn't care about Wei Mengru's hidden meaning and smiled and invited Xiao Shuixian in. The gray-robed woman nodded modestly and said, "Then I'll bother you too." The snow covered the garden with a layer of snow, and the snow lotus that had been carefully cultivated in the pond was blooming silently. Xiao Shuixian came to a courtyard under the guidance of Wei Mengru. As she sat down, her clear and bright eyes secretly looked at the young man not far away. In fact, a few days ago, although she wanted to make friends with Musian, she valued the power behind him more. But today, even the recognized senior sister of the same generation is interested in this person. This makes people have to pay attention to his own talent and charm. This Musian must have some outstanding qualities, otherwise it would be impossible to attract the interest of senior sister Lan. Compared with Xiao Shuixian's secret observation, Musian seemed much more natural. He did not hide his gaze and looked at Xiao Shuixian openly, but there was no emotion of greed for beauty in his eyes, and he pretended to look at the scenery from time to time. It is normal to look at beautiful women, but you should not act too vulgar. Musian knows this well. Thank you for the pills Miss Xiao made just now. I have been in the sect for so long, but this is the first time I have seen such high-quality pills among my peers. I think Miss Xiao's talent in alchemy is also one of the best in Yuzhou. Hearing Musian's sincere praise, Xiao Shuixian also came back to her senses, and the embarrassment of not knowing what to say when meeting a stranger also dissipated a little. If this Mr. Mu puts aside the matter of love, he can really be called a gentleman. He is not only gentle and elegant, but also approachable. He is not arrogant because he has the Qing Emperor as a pillar behind him. The atmosphere between the two people relaxed a lot at once. Musian also took the opportunity to introduce the various landscapes in Lianji sect and asked about the situation in Yuzhou. When Xiao Shuixian mentioned the matter of Yuzhou, Musian also acted as a very patient listener and showed a strong interest. All these performances also made Xiao Shuixian feel more favorable. As the disciple of the Dean of Zunyun Academy, Xiao Shuixian's alchemy skills can be said to crush his peers, and he inherited the God King bone since childhood. In addition to his own special physique, it can be said that in Zunyun Academy, Xiao Shuixian's popularity is equivalent to Lan Murian, and he is sought after by countless people. Therefore, she has seen too many young talents in the past, but there are too few people who can be as humble and gentle as Musian. She even felt that this person's words and deeds seemed to have a special charm, and people's eyes would involuntarily fall on his face. Even if they knew that he had a Taoist partner, they would not be disgusted with having a long conversation with him. Musian naturally saw Xiao Shuixian's performance, and drank a sip of tea calmly, but he felt very interesting in his heart. Although I am the heroine of destiny, it is reasonable to say that I should not be so attractive to people who are not the protagonist. However, the elder sister of this chosen person seems to have a good impression of him, which is really interesting. Warm tips: if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will deal with it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. If it weren't for Sister Mengro, I feel that I can even do it. Musian sighed secretly, and then asked about the people around Xiao Shuixian. The two chatted in the middle of the conversation, and Musian also took the opportunity to ask, by the way, Miss Shuixian doesn't seem to participate in the competition this time. The two of them are participating in the competition from the Saint Son and the Saint Daughter of Yuzhou, but I think Miss Shuixian's strength seems to be stronger than them. Is there any reason? Xiao Shuixian was slightly stunned, and there was a bit more darkness in her eyes. If it's not convenient to say, forget it, Musian immediately added. It's okay. Actually, it's not something that can't be said. Xiao Shuixian shook her head gently and said, To be honest with you, Mr. Mu, the Yuzhou saint who participated in the Ascension Conference this time was actually my cousin in the past. This time I also hope to give him a chance to show himself to Her Majesty the Empress." Xiao Shuixian paused, shook her head and sighed, "No, I should say that this is also my compensation for him." "Compensation?" Muzian narrowed his eyes inadvertently, and there was some interest in his eyes. Next, he listened to Xiao Shuixian's narration patiently, asked a few questions at the right time, and slowly sorted out the relationship between the siblings. In the past, Xiao Hua was a genius, born with a natural vision, but was killed in childhood and his god king bone was taken away. Fortunately, His Majesty Luo Tan happened to pass by and ordered the maid to heal Xiao Hua's injuries. After that, Xiao Hua gradually rose to become one of the top geniuses in Yuzhou today. However, because of his childhood experience, his spiritual consciousness was naturally weaker than others, and he had no hope of becoming an alchemist in his lifetime. Brother Xiao Hua had such a rough experience in his childhood, which is really sympathetic. Muzian sighed lightly and said casually, "But if I saw it correctly yesterday, there was a thunderstorm in the hall where Empress Luo Tan was, and then the fragrance of medicine spread throughout the hall. I thought it was Brother Xiao Hua who was refining the elixir, so it seems that it shouldn't be him." Xiao Shuixian nodded slightly. His spiritual consciousness is weak now, and it is impossible for him to refine the elixir. Weak spiritual consciousness. Muzian's eyes flashed slightly, and suddenly he chuckled and said, "That's strange. The person who refined the elixir yesterday should be a 6th grade elixir. Why did His Majesty Luo Tan refine the 6th grade elixir?" Xiao Shuixian was also stunned, with a little more doubt in her eyes. "Yes, why did His Majesty refine the 6th grade elixir? Yesterday she also saw the pill disaster caused by the 6th grade elixir, but she didn't think much about it at the time. Now that Master Mu said this, could it be that the person who refined the elixir at that time was Xiao Hua? But how could his spiritual consciousness refine the elixir?" Muzian glanced calmly outside the villa, and his spiritual consciousness had just captured the young man pacing back and forth outside. It was Xiao Hua. Intentionally hiding his own spiritual energy and following his sister. Interesting. Muzian kept his usual warm smile on his face and ended the topic at the right time. "Thank you, Miss Xiao, for your concern this time. With this elixir, I think my body can recover earlier." Xiao Narcissus was still in her thoughts just now, thinking about what Muzian had said before about Xiao Hua refining the elixir. Hearing Muzian's words at this time, she came back to her senses from her thoughts. She smiled reservedly, watching Muzian pick up the teacup, and she understood in her heart, and stood up to say goodbye to the young man. At the same time, Xiao Hua, who was outside Tianhe Garden, was still pacing back and forth, secretly anxious. "It has been nearly half an hour since my sister entered the villa, but she hasn't come out yet, which inevitably makes people think about it. Miss Xiao, I feel embarrassed to accept your pills. If you don't mind, please accept this Qi condensation pill. It can speed up your cultivation and is my small gift in return." At this time, a conversation suddenly came from outside the villa. Xiao Hua was secretly startled and immediately hid behind a nearby statue to hide his own breath. Soon, he saw Muzian sending Xiao Shuixian out of the villa, and Xiao Shuixian was walking beside Muzian, with a reserved and sweet smile on her face, and the atmosphere looked extremely harmonious. "Sister." Xiao Hua's face sank slightly, and a surge of jealousy rose in his heart. You know, when Xiao Shuixian was in Yuzhou in the past, she never showed such a smile even when facing those big figures. I don't know what Muzian said to make a girl happy, but he could make the sister who used to be so cold to others show such a little woman's implicit shyness at this time. They have only met less than twice. And the maids around this young cultivator in the refining spirit realm are so beautiful that they have even faintly touched the threshold of the return to void realm. Looking at the tall maid in a yellow skirt who exudes a cool temperament and follows behind the two, Xiaohua has an inexplicable sense of imbalance in his heart. He is the son of the saint, and there are naturally many girls around him, including maids, but there is no girl like Musian. Her Majesty Luo Tan is a great beauty, but that empress, even in his previous life, he has never reached the realm of his, and now it is too far away. Xiaohua's heart twisted, but after all, he has lived 2 lives, and in his previous life he was a top existence somewhere, so he still restrained his negative emotions well. Looking at the way Musian looks at his sister from time to time, I am afraid he has already set his eyes on her. I have to contact my sister no matter what when I go back, and remind her to be careful of this person. Xiaohua said in his heart, and he has begun to arrange the plan secretly. On the other side, after watching Xiao Shuixian leave, Musian inadvertently glanced at the sculpture in the distance. Although it is difficult for ordinary people to detect, with his perception, he naturally noticed the young man hiding behind the sculpture. Musian twitched the corner of his mouth, as if he didn't notice it. Although he is the son of heaven, Xiaohua probably didn't expect that the natural spirit body could actually capture his breath. Although some accidents happened today, it can be regarded as a mixed bag of good and bad. At least the various doubts about Xiaohua have shown that Xiaohua is probably not the original Xiaohua. Rebirth or possession. Musian returned to the villa leisurely. Just thinking about such things, he pushed open his room and adjusted his injuries. That night. Today, Lan Murian's various operations caused a huge reaction in the sect, and it was spread everywhere. Although Musian lost today, people were not discussing his defeat, but whether he lost or not. Even some people who originally hoped that Musian would lose were not happy. After all, no matter how you look at it, Musian lost the game and won his life. Musian, who had already been pushed to the forefront because of Lan Mulian's incident, saw more than a dozen challenge letters emitting golden light emerging from the villa that night. Of course, Musian didn't like fighting very much, so he never accepted a challenge letter. At this moment, it is located deep in Dexingyuan. I didn't expect that Sister Kingzin would come to Dexingyuan. I thought you were very optimistic about Yeyu and would continue to teach him. Yesiyu was sitting in the courtyard, with her brown hair disheveled, and her face filled with complex emotions such as surprise and joy. She glanced at Ye Kingzin, who had just answered Ye Qian's confusion. The ancestor of the Ye family stood in front of the courtyard with his hands folded, looking at the dancing snow. His gorgeous black and red dress danced with the night wind, giving him an awe-inspiring beauty that was hard to match. Her expression was indifferent and calm, and she said, "It's okay not to mention Yeyu's matter. Now the restricted area and the Ye family have long been separated, and the 2 Ye family geniuses in the Lianji sect are Yeyu and Yeyu's sister Ye Qian. She originally planned to come to Ye Qian's place to have a look after solving the trouble of being bullied by others for her descendants. Compared to Yeyu, Ye Qian is actually not very worrying. After all, the restricted area is now one of the 2 giants in Dongzhou, and the saint of the restricted area has been Ye Qian's sister since childhood. Who dares to bully her? In the end, who would have thought that one day he would make a mistake? Thinking of Yeyu's behavior, Ye Kingzin felt disheartened. But Ye Qian's performance tonight also made her feel a little warmer. It turns out that not all the descendants of the Ye family are as unfilial as Yeyu. Yesiyu couldn't help but narrowed her eyes and vaguely guessed something. Sister Kingzin still doesn't plan to let Musian go, Yesiyu suddenly asked. The Ye family sisters have just returned to the house to meditate and practice. They are the only 2 here now, so there is no need to avoid anything. Musian is a rare genius. When he first came down to the realm, I had a prejudice against him, but now the misunderstanding has been resolved. Ye Kingzin shook her head. So, Sister Kingzin has been in contact with him before. Yesiyu heard the meaning of this beautiful ancestor's words, and couldn't help but feel a little surprised in her eyes. You know, The ancestor of the Ye family has a very high vision. Even Ye in the past only looked up to him because he was a descendant of the Ye family. To Ye Kingzin, Musian was just an outsider. It was rare to receive such a high evaluation. The cold wind blew by, and Ye Kingzin's figure suddenly seemed to be illusory, as if it would disperse with the wind at any time. Sister Kingzin, your spiritual consciousness. Ye looked up in surprise at Ye Kingzin's illusory and beautiful fiery red figure. She could feel that Ye Kingzin's spiritual consciousness seemed to be much weaker at this moment. Ye Kingzin shook her head and said with a slight smile, "Don't worry, this time I sent down a ray of spiritual consciousness to the lower realm. I had no intention of staying in Juzhu from the beginning. This ray of spiritual consciousness can last for a period of time in Kyushu. It is enough to see the current situation of the Ye family. It will take a long time for Musian to reach the realm of enlightenment. Even if her spiritual consciousness dissipates in the future, as long as Musian fulfills her agreement and opens the door to heaven after enlightenment, she will naturally be able to descend to the realm again." Yesiu opened his mouth slightly, as if he wanted to say something more. But when the words came to his mouth, he saw Ye Kingzin's majestic and beautiful figure and indifferent expression, so he still held back. On the contrary, Ye Kingzin did not die even if her spiritual consciousness dissipated. She just returned to heaven. She will be able to meet him sooner or later when he next becomes an immortal. After staying in the courtyard for a while, Yesiu also returned to the house to meditate. Ye Kingzin, on the other hand, looked at the falling snow under the night sky, her eyes deep and calm. At this time, she seemed to notice something and turned her head to look outside the garden. From a distance, he saw Musian walking in from the gate of Dexin. Musian also noticed Ye Kingzin in front of the courtyard. He looked up and his eyes lit up slightly. Although this was not the first time he saw Ye Kingzin, his eyes were still filled with surprise. "Senior is finally here. I think Chiener should be very happy tonight, right?" Musian walked up to Ye Kingzin with a smile on his face and took the initiative to say hello. Ye Kingzin also had a faint smile in her eyes, and said, "Young friend Mu is right, Chiener is indeed a very polite girl, and her talent is quite good. Both Chiener and Lingxian are very polite girls. In fact, most of the descendants of the Ye family are very good," Musian said with a smile. Then, he inadvertently glanced at the sexy and bulging beauty next to him, hesitated for a moment, frowned and said, "Senior's spiritual consciousness seems to be a lot weaker. Is it really because of helping me yesterday? Although I know that she is not dead, but will probably return to heaven at some point in the future, it still makes people feel a little reluctant to let go." Ye Kingzin looked at the silent young man, his coquettish red eyes turned soft, and said, "There is no need to feel sorry for me. After all, even with this ray of spiritual consciousness now, it is enough to stay in Kyushu for a long time. In the future, after you achieve enlightenment and fulfill the agreement between you and me, we will meet again." Having said that, Musian still felt regretful. It would be a pity to let such a beautiful ancestor leave Juzhu. Even though Ye Kingzin still had a long time to go, it was still a pity to think that her spiritual consciousness would dissipate sooner or later. "I didn't expect that the person who cared about me the most was not the descendant of the Ye family, but the person who was targeted by me at the beginning." Ye Kingzin looked at Musian with a gentle gaze, full of emotion. Although this boy was a sentimental person, he was really sincere to the people around him. "I think it's not just me. If Chiener and Lingxian knew about this, they would also be sad." Musian shook his head and said, "In addition, I will do my best to fulfill the agreement between me and the senior, but it will be sad to watch the senior's spiritual consciousness dissipate bit by bit. If there is anything I can do to help the senior, I will do my best." The sound of wind and snow echoed in his ears. Ye Kingzin was silent for a moment and said faintly, "If I have to say it, there is indeed a way to nourish the spiritual consciousness." Seeing Musian's sincere look, Ye Kingzin raised her seductive red eyes and stared at him, and suddenly chuckled. It's just that I might feel a little sorry for Kingdy. Warm tips: if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to let us know. We will handle it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding.